Thank you, Ms. Meghna and Mr. Rishabh. Now, Dean and General Chair of CENCON 2022, Dr. Uday Kumar Reddy will welcome the gathering.
A very good morning to all of you. Respected Honorable Chairman, Dr. Hemachandra Sagar, the Vice Chairman, Dr. Premchandra Sagar, our Secretary, Shri Gali Swami, Joint Secretaries of the entire Dayanand Sagar institutions, the chief guest of today's function, the guest of honor, the faculty, the non-teaching staff, and most importantly, the valued participants of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you once again. I am Dr. Uday Kumar Reddy, who is the Dean for the School of Engineering at Dayanand Sagar University. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome each one of you, the management of DSI and the dignitaries on and off the dais, to this wonderful opening ceremony of this morning to inaugurate the International Conference on Disruptive Technologies for Multidisciplinary Research and Applications. On behalf of Dayanand Sagar University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to welcome each one of you to this conference. We are delighted to have an important personality, Dr. V.K. Hariharan, who is the former Deputy Director, URSC Center of ISRO. We are grateful, sir, we are grateful to you accepting our invitation and being the chief guest of today's event. And I extend my warm welcome to you to this particular conference. We at DSU are truly delighted with your presence. And I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.N.B. Murthy, to florally welcome Dr. Hariharan. We also have another important eminent guest, and we are delighted to have Dr. Alokanath De, the Executive Consulting Director and ex-CTO of Samsung, and who is also the chair of IEEE Bangalore section, who accepted our invitation as a guest of honor and to be a part of this wonderful conference. Sir, I extend my warmest welcome to you to this particular conference, and we are delighted with your presence. And I request Dr. Theodore, who is the chairman of Electronics Department, to florally welcome Dr. Alokanath. We have with us the most well-recognized personality at the entire Dayanand Sagar group of institutions, and it is none other than our Honorable Secretary, Shri Gali Swami, who has contributed for more than 5 decades at Dayanand Sagar group of institutions, and he is known for his wonderful administration right from the inception until today, and with a lot of his achievements to this Dayanand Sagar institutions. Sir, we are so honored to have you in this in this conference, and as a president, I heartily welcome you to this particular conference. Thank you so much, and we welcome you. And I request Dr. Theodore, Chairman of Electronics Department, to floral welcome our Secretary Shri Galiswami. A great university led by our dynamic leader, whose constant support and encouragement and guidance in making this conference possible. And it is our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.N. Balasubramanian Murthy. Sir, we are so honored to have you in this event, and I extend my warmest welcome to this particular program. And I request Dr. Pushpamala to hand over the floral welcome our Vice Chancellor. A warm welcome to our Pro Vice Chancellor, Mr. Janardhan sir, and all the dignitaries who has helped indirectly or directly and indirectly to happen this wonderful conference. On the stage, we also have with us another important personality. Of course, during his absence just now, when we talked to our registrar, Dr. Puttamadappa sir, due to his emergency, he has to leave, this morning, and he conveyed our his best wishes to this conference, and probably he'll be joining anytime soon. A warm welcome to all the entire director administration, all the deans, the other guests of this conference, the chairmen of various departments, the faculty, the staff from the various departments, and my warmest welcome to each one of you. And most importantly, my warmest welcome to all the participants, especially the, who have in this today's morning, the external participants who have made their presence in this conference worthwhile, and my heartily welcome to each one of you. A warm welcome to the press and media. My compliments to the entire faculty of EC department and other staff involved in making this conference possible. And I only wish, let there be a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussions and exchange of knowledge, so that together we can anticipate a great future of research and technology. So may God bless you, bless each one of us with good health, and to make this event a successful one and more enjoyable event. Again, I warmly welcome each one of you to this wonderful conference. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for your warm welcoming speech, and warm welcome to you, sir. Now I request Dr. Theodore Chandra to extend with the floral welcome to our Dean.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll welcome Chairman Dr. Theodore Chandra. I request Professor Kanmani to florally welcome our Chairman. Thank you, ma'am. Now I'll request Dr. Gayatri to florally welcome Dr. Pushpamala S, Associate Professor and Publication Chair 2022. Thank you, ma'am. ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಸತ್ಯ, ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸಂಕೇತ. ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ಮೀರಿ ಬೆಳಕು ನೀಡುವುದರಿಂದಲೇ ದೀಪಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಲೆ. ಕಷ್ಟಗಳನ್ನು ಮೀರಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ನಿಂತಾಗಲೇ ಬದುಕಿಗೊಂದು ಬೆಲೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಗುತ್ತಾ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನು ದೀಪ ಬೆಳಗಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಲು ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ.
Sencon 2022 will be inaugurated.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः. शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः. शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते. दीपज्योतिर् दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Now, Dr. Pushpamala S, Associate Professor, Department of ECE and Publication Chair of CENCON 2022 will brief about the conference.
Good morning, everyone. Ellarigu Shubhodaya. A conference is generally understood as a meeting of several people to discuss a particular topic. This second IEEE International Conference on Disruptive Technologies for Multidisciplinary Research and Applications was initiated as a part of our centenary celebrations in 2021, which marked the 100th birth anniversary of our founder, Sri Dayananda Sagar. Hence, the short form is CENTCON, Centenary Conference. Now, the current second conference is conducted as a commemorative Sagar conference, remembering our founder. There was a lot of deliberations on whether to have CENTCON as the short form because it goes on ages as long as this conference is conducted. But we retain the short form as Centenary Conference, Commemorative Centenary Conference. Although this is an academic conference, is a gathering of scientists, academicians, and some students where research findings are presented, CENTCON 2022 is a forum to exchange research ideas, providing networking opportunities to collaborate and contribute to the body of knowledge. The petition for the second IEEE International Conference was initiated way back in January 2022. It was approved from IEEE in April 2022. Approval from both headquarters and IEEE Bangalore section was taken. However, the website for this conference was launched before the filing process, since this had to be included in the filing process as a mandatory requirement in February. The budget for the event from the management was approved formally in April. Thanks to our Vice Chairman, sir, for immediately approving the budget, and Dr. Srinivas in his absence for the follow-up. The dates for the conference was fixed during the petition initiation stages to today, 22nd to 24th December 2022. Paper submissions for the conference from the authors was through Microsoft CMT portal. We received around 186 submissions. The papers had a rigorous double-blind review. Conflicts was resolved by the TPC chair, Ms. Divya from CDAC. She also represents IEEE Bangalore section. Finally, the number of articles selected was 63 articles. In CENCON 2021, we had committed that we'll reduce the number of articles that would be accepted to 30%. And as per the review process, 32 articles were on, 33% of the articles were selected. But however, the number of registration is 41 articles. Hence, the conference rate stands as 22% selection. During CENTCON 2021, this was planned in the valedictory to have 30%. The next CENTCON version will have an acceptance rate, very low acceptance rate, which will be declared in the valedictory. The IEEE tagline is Advancing Technology for Humanity. IEEE gives a lot of preference and regional representation. We have represented the regional language Kannada. So you could see our MC conversing in Kannada, which is the local language. Secondly, the dolls you see on the dais on the table are the famous Kondapalli toys. During 2021, we decided to encourage our local handicrafts and include that as a part of our conference celebrations. 2021, we had Chanpatna toys as mementos given to both participants and the guests. So 2022, we have Kondapalli toys from the village Kondapalli. The keynotes, invited talks and plenary talks are from both industry and academia, covering both national and international speakers. We have on the dais Dr. Aloknath Dey from Samsung and IEEE Bangalore section, and Dr. Hariharan from ISRO. I will not formally introduce them because you'll get to know about them very soon. Internationally, we have Professor Julian Polte from Technical University Berlin, who will be joining us online. His keynote will cover precision additive manufacturing of metallic parts. We have Steve Tockey, who would be speaking on low-code application development using executable semantic models. I would like to highlight that he has authored textbooks on engineering, software, and programming. For the valedictory, we have Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director from CDAC. He is currently with the Prime Minister's office meeting. He'll be covering on security. The next set of speakers are from industry, Dr. Anish Sharian and Dr. Vamshi from Harman. They'll be speaking on Industry 4.0, 5.0. Again, I would like to highlight that they do have books on Industry 4.0 and 5.0. Dr. Leena Dayal will be speaking tomorrow, 23rd December. She's from Board of Advisors, Accelerating Quantum Tech India, and would be speaking on quantum computing, which is also one of the platforms on which government is interested. Again, one of the advanced trends which is interesting to you is Metaverse. Chandrasekhar Menon from Lumus Labs will be delivering on evolution of Metaverse through technology and time. So all the fantasy world will be seen tomorrow. Next, Government of India, as you're aware, is taking a lot of initiatives on 5G and low power mobile applications. So the pandemic has created a huge demand in this regard for this latest technology. 5% of universal service obligation from fund from Government of India is allotted to promote research and commercialization with main focus on 5G. So we have Subodh Gajre from Cisco delivering his talk on 5G, building the future of programmable interconnect from Cisco. Dr. Ramkrishnan Raman, fellow Honeywell, will be speaking on system thinking for modern complex systems. Then again, coming to the reviewers and track chairs, as per statistics, we had around 300 reviewers for the double-blind process. 16 track chairs involved in the smooth conduction of the review process. So my thanks to all the track chairs for this. Then food for thought, we have to do it. We have considered it. Again, this is themed. We have South Indian on the first day, Chinese on the second day, absolutely veg, and North Indian on the third day. The conference will be held in hybrid mode. So it has been telecasted on YouTube, Zoom, and we have it here physically. This platform is created for students and faculty for exchanging information, collaboration, and networking. Have a prolific event. Finally, CENTCON 2022 is blessed with Galiswamy sir's presence. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpamala, for your brief. And over to Miss Kanmani.
Good morning to one and all present here. I, Kanmani from the Department of ECE, is privileged to present you all an eminent personality from UR Satellite Center who is involved in spacecraft configuration study, analysis and testing, and launch-based activities of several satellites. This person has held several positions starting from the project engineer, associate project director, division head to the deputy director of URSCISRO during his career in the 36 years in ISRO. His contribution to is explanatory in the fields of spacecraft, electromagnetic compatibility, and assembly, integration, and testing of satellites, starting from the nano satellites to 1 to 6K high throughput communication satellites. He is being responsible in achieving EMC in all satellite programs of ISRO, including Chandrayaan-1, 2, Mars Orbiter mission, end-to-end RF and payload characterization of all communication and navigation satellites. This person is also instrumental in establishing RF shielding anechoic chamber for system-level EMC testing at URSC. His research contributions include numerous publications in various national and international journals and conference proceedings, 3 research scholars awarded from IIT PhD, and 3 scholars pursuing PhD at IISc, IIT Madras, and VIT. As an added feather to his cap, he is a recipient of many awards, including the ISRO Team Excellence Award in 2009, Best EMC Engineering Award in 2010, ISRO ASI Award in 2016, and ISRO Merit Award in 2018 for his contributions in spacecraft for Indian space program. Now, I proudly present to you the chief guest of today's event, Dr. V.K. Hariharan. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sri Galiswamy, Secretary DSI, Dr. K.N.B. Murthy, Vice Chancellor DSU, Sri Janardhanan, Pro Vice Chancellor DSU, Dr. Puttamrappa, Registrar DSU, today's guest of honor, Dr. Aloknath De, Executive Director Samsung, Dr. Uday Kumar Reddy, Dean School of Engineering, Dr. Theodore Chandra, Chairman, Department of Electronics Communication Engineering, and Madam Dr. Pushpamala, organizers of the conference, delegates, participants of the conference, and my dear friends. Good morning to all of you once again. I am very glad and I am really honored to be present here for this IEEE conference as the chief guest of the International Conference on Disruptive Technologies for Multidisciplinary Research and Applications, being organized as part of the Ananda Sagar Centenary Celebration 2022. I thank DSU management and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be the chief guest and also to deliver a keynote address later. The theme of the conference is Disruptive Technologies for Multidisciplinary Research and Applications. So what is disruptive technology? It is nothing but an innovative technology which changes the existing system. Disruptive technology is an innovation that significantly changes the way that consumers, industries, or business entities operate. A disruptive technology sweeps away the existing systems. It replaces the existing system because it has certain attributes which are identified as superior. The wheel, the light bulb, and the cell phone are three examples of disruptive technology. So recent examples are e-commerce, online news sites, online meetings, and many apps and GPS system. There are many more examples for disruptive technology in their own times. The automobile, the electricity, television, personal computer, digital camera, and smartphones were all disruptive technologies in their own time. So all these innovations were game changers and caused profound break with with existing patterns and bringing about major changes in people's lives. With the advancement in the telecommunication and information technology, the impact of disruptive technology are visibly seen today in many domains such as operations management, banking sectors, functioning of call centers, e-payment, etc. Satellites are classic examples of disruptive technologies in many application areas, such as in the field of agriculture for crop harvest prediction, then resource management, telecommunication, town planning, weather forecasting, cyclone prediction, and disaster management. Recently, NASA launched Artemis 1 mission to the moon in November 2022. It deployed a swarm of 10 CubeSats on lunar trajectory, each demonstrating some new capability. Other advances in spacecraft technology that can be projected as disruptive in future include optical telecommunication, multifunction structures, 3D printing of subsystem and even instruments, advanced manufacturing to reduce the fabrication time, integration and test phases of space systems, solar cell efficiencies, batteries that operate at all expected temperature regimes, and nuclear-based power and propulsion technologies. So all these innovations will be game changers for space technology and space exploration in the near future. Again, with miniaturization of electronics and advancement in production technology, electronic gadgets are performing better today and with reduced volume and reduced power consumption. We can go on giving examples like this in multidisciplinary research and application areas where innovative ideas have completely transformed the system. So during this IEEE conference, I look forward to many innovative ideas shared by the participants, paper presenters in multidisciplinary research and application domains, which can benefit the engineering and scientific community in particular and society at large. I wish the delegates to have fruitful technical sessions, then active participation, exchange of ideas through paper presentations, discussions, then technical talks, and gain significant knowledge in multidisciplinary domains during the course of next 3 days. Best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your enlightening speech on disruptive technology. Now, the conference proceedings will be released by all the dignitaries. Thank you, everyone. And over to Dr. Gayatri.
Thank you, Godfrey sir. Good morning, one and all present here. I, Dr. Gayatri, Department of ECE, is privileged to introduce a dignitary who has been Chief Technology Officer of Samsung India for over a decade. He is an adjunct professor in IISc Bangalore, IIT Jodhpur. He has over 30 years of industry and business experience, including BEL, Nortel, Ericsson as country director, and Samsung Electronics as corporate vice president. During 2005 to 11, he served as visiting professorship with ITI Roorkee, ITI Delhi. He holds BTech from IIT Kharagpur, ME from IISc Bangalore, and PhD from McGill University. He is a recipient of Alexander Graham Bell Prize in Canada. He has received IETE Memorial Awards for distinguished contributions in electronics and communication, IDC Insight Award for Innovation in Telecom, Genome Award for Entrepreneurship, Astom Award for Corporate Tech Leadership, NASCOM AI Game Changer Award, among many others. He is a chairman of Ministry of Electronics and IT, National Steering Committee for Technology, and ICT for Agriculture and Environment. He is a senior member of IEEE and Chair 2023 for IEEE Bangalore section. He is a fellow of IEI and is a national counseling representing electronics and telecom division. He is also a fellow of IETE and Indian National Academy of Engineers. He promotes science and technology linkages and has been actively involved in patenting intellectual property in innovative products. With his leadership, Samsung India has touched 7,500 plus patents cumulatively by 2021, which made company to receive National IP Award multiple times from Government of India for highest number of patent filings and grants. He has also been spearheading Samsung investments in Indian startups through Samsung Venture and is also an angel investor. Recently, he has co-edited a book on 6G mobile wireless network with Springer. His main research interest is in cyber physical systems with underlying technologies of augmented intelligence and secure IoT. Now I present to you the guest of honor of today's event, Dr. Aloknath D. Over to you, sir.
Thank you and good morning. Ellarigu Subhodaya. All the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear faculties, very dear friends and students that are here. You know, you all have been celebrating this, and I'm happy to be amidst you to share your joy on this CENTCon conference, which is happening for the second time. So there are three key words. Let me just emphasize a little bit on those. One is research. Then you talked about multidisciplinary research, and then disruptive technologies or emerging technologies. So on research, you know, I think the fundamental point is it's not about solutions. Many a times when you do research, we are obsessed with, we take a problem and we are obsessed with finding solutions in different ways. But in my mind, I think paraphrasing the problem, searching a right problem, and more so because worldwide, many people are doing research. So to be able to have impact, you need to find good problem statements, and they are there. It's not that they are exhausted. I have a long list of problems that are not solved and quite complex, but people at times are choosing a little bit trivial problems. So one suggestion from my side would be choose a good problem. And as it says research, so it's a search for solutions, but also the word means that even if others have done it, you can do it another way. You can find other parts of the solutions. And it's not just, you know, in academia. I think people think the research is academia. And I have done this industry institute interactions, and we see the difference. You know, in industry, we focus on product first, then patents, then papers. In academia, it goes like paper first, then maybe patents. These days, people have started doing, and then some kind of POCs. You're not fully into the products, which is quite complementary. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. People at times are not able to link these two. But also, I can say that in industry research, we have promoted, and you just heard, when I took over in 2011, when 15 years of Samsung in India existence, we had a very good credibility in Korea's mind in terms of the product deliveries. But what was given to me as CTO, we created first time an office outside of Korea. And the whole charter was about, can we create an innovation layer on top of all the productization that is happening? And my tagline was research to commercialization. So link this to a commercialized product. And we focused on how do you do research to development? How do you do advanced development? And how do you do development to market? Not all people are the same, so they took their space in that whole journey and they participated as an industry in this whole thing. And that's how we got a lot of recognitions from CII and government, and we achieved 7,500 plus patents only from our Bangalore lab in the last 25 years. So there are many techniques of research methodology, and I'm sure you would be loving to learn them. And it's not just, you have to have a PhD to do it. We have in some of our activities, for example, battery research, the whole team is PhD. And this year I have started a PhD internship. BTech internship was already going on, but 30 PhDs are currently doing internship with us. So that's the kind of transformation we are making. But also those who are fresh BTech, I have made an internal commitment in the company that we will make them co-inventor. 75% of them, I cannot take 100% guarantee, but 75% of them as a co-inventor in the first 3 years of their stay in the company. And this record is already established. So you don't have to be always having a PhD. It's the mindset that you can bring it. So that's the research mindset. Very briefly on multidisciplinary, even electronics as a base, it has been always coupled with electronics plus communications. People are talking about electronics plus VLSI, electronics plus mechanical plus control, the whole mechatronics that is emerging, optics plus electronics. So this is a first level of multidisciplinarity. But in my talk, I think following the inaugurations, when I talk more, I will touch upon some more multidisciplinary research aspect of it. And the third point is on the disruptive technologies. Yes, there are 5G, AI, IoT, blockchain, many of them. And I will highlight again in my presentation through one chain, how you can link these disruptive technologies to build a solutions. But at the same time, in my LinkedIn pages, if you visit, I have these 3 hashtags that I use to be able to build these solutions. I say tech on sci-art. So it's meaning technology, but on the foundations of science or arts, doesn't have to be only science. So tech on sci-art, which gives the depth of the research. Tech of value, because commercialization, people would not buy products if it doesn't have an inherent value to consumers. So tech of value and tech for all, meaning inclusivity is very, very vital. So when you build a solution, not all solutions have to be inclusive, but do you keep in mind for the left out people, and can we provide solutions? We have built tons of such solutions, which is for inclusive purposes. So those are my 3 quick comments on research, on multidisciplinarity and disruptive technologies that you bring in. Just to conclude, to the fellow students, we grow with the companies and many other places, and we form some kind of leadership threads. And I have many of them, but one that I want to highlight today and share with you is look far to drive near. Look far to drive near. Don't peg yourself only in the very present or your next senior batch, what they are getting jobs, because the world is shifting and the discontinuity will come suddenly. So what was valid
is no more valid for your professions. It is getting disrupted. The future of work is very significantly changing. Therefore, look peg to some places like 5 years, 7 years, how it will unfold. Listen to such talks, have a good mentors, and project it to today and prepare for that to be very valuable. Because when you drive car, you cannot drive looking at the potholes nearby. You'll have to look far, and that far will come near as you drive. And you have already seen them, scanned them enough to be able to drive and not touch the potholes. You're already scanning it, imbibing it, and taking the thread. So that's my message to you as student community. And to conclude, since we are from IEEE community and this conference, I'm chairing for next year. So I will love to have your support, grow it as student branches. We are worldwide third largest IEEE community, but I don't settle with third. So I'll have my aspirations, a lot of planning that we have done. If you want to be part of that winning equations, you are all invited. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your transformative speech on research. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. KNB Murthy, will address the gathering.
Good morning. I thank the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this event. Sri Gadiswami, the president of today's function. Dr. V.K. Hariharan, the chief guest of today's function to deliver the inaugural address. The guest of honor, Dr. Aloknath Dey, Professor Uday Kumar Reddy, the Dean of School of Engineering. Theodore, the chairperson of the department. Dr. Pushpamala, the convener and the main person behind the event. My faculty colleagues, student friends, participants from various institutions. I'm extremely happy to note that the second version of the IEEE conference is being organized and conducted at Dayanand Sagar University. I remember this particular event was started last year under the dynamic leadership of Professor Srinivas. I had indicated to Professor Srinivas and the team that this particular event must continue. I'm extremely happy that the event is being organized regularly, year on year, to touch upon the various aspects. The theme of the event, the disruptive technologies for multidisciplinary research and applications, is very relevant in the present day context. In other words, this is a theme which is timeless. You can use it at any point of time and talk about the kind of technologies that happen at that point of time. And it's also in line with the national education policy, where a lot of emphasis has been made on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research and interdisciplinary learning. Mainly because of several reasons. The important one is that in the past, most of the applications or the solutions were unidimensional. In the sense, we could find the solutions in only one domain. Therefore, it was more unidimensional or pertain to one domain. With the advent of lots of technologies, it's possible for us to combine more than one technology or technologies from multiple domains to find a solution to the problem. Thereby, I can say multidisciplinary is the way forward, where any product that you're going to see or any solution that you're going to see will have components from more than one dimension or more than one discipline. That's the reason why it's well relevant. I would like to spend some time with regard to 2 or 3 important aspects. The first aspect is disruptive technology. I think my friends have already indicated about disruptive technology. The word disruptive technology was coined by a Harvard business professor by name Clayton M. Christensen. He is the one who coined disruptive technology word. For the first time he used it. Second, his definition of disruptive technology is a technology that displaces an established technology and shakes up the industry. Second, disruptive technology is a groundbreaking product or groundbreaking technology that creates a completely new industry or new opportunity. That's the meaning of that. Whenever we carry out solutions or find solutions, 2 or 3 important things we have to keep in mind. One, the technology that we're going to find must address some of the attributes, or the solution that we're going to find must focus on few attributes. Whenever there's an improvement in any of these attributes, 1 or more, you see a disruptive technology, a disruptive solution coming in. There's several. I'm going to mention about 4 or 5. The first one is usefulness. The moment it's going to have a solid value proposition, the solution that you're going to find. In other words, it solves the real problem of a user and does it better than the existing ones. We have found a solution which is better than the existing one. You see a disruptive technology coming in. That's one thing we need to keep in mind. In other words, any problem that you're going to solve in the future, you need to ensure that that solution is useful to the market. Second attribute is normally explainability. Explainability is nothing but, does it have a value proposition which is easy to explain? Is it simple? Because we should not consider only the technology aspect of it. There are multiple other domains as well, maybe the social sciences, etc. Thus, the solution is simple enough to explain so the people understand what has been done. That's the second. If we shake up that, immediately you see a disruptive technology coming in. The third aspect is simple to use. In other words, simplicity. Is the solution simple enough to understand and use? If you start working on that as the attribute, you get a solution that's going to be a disruptive solution. There opens up the door for a disruptive technology. Next one is scalability. Scalability meaning this particular thing, a solution that you're going to find or a technology that you're going to find, does it have lesser maintenance costs compared to the existing ones? Thereby, you will be able to mass produce the thing, whenever there's a mass production, the cost comes down. Therefore, it becomes a disruptive technology because it's going to replace the existing ones. The next one, does your technology create virtuous circle in the sense influence? Does it influence? Does it contribute for habit generation, where the user technology, which is extremely good and makes the user or the person who is going to utilize the solution not likely to replace the technology in the future because it serves all the requisite factors. The meaning of this is, whenever you try to attempt a disruptive solution, it has to have one or more of these attributes. When you find a solution, it should touch upon any one of these five which I mentioned. That is usefulness, explainability, simplicity, scalability, and habit generation. Sometimes the technology can contribute for more than one. More than one is fantastic. Therefore, in future, whatever we are going to do or whatever we are going to research on, we must keep some of these aspects in mind. Do not settle down for incremental research. Start working on something which is going to make a significant contribution. If the significant contribution is not there, I'm sure it's not going to bring in greater change in the way we do things, or the way we look at the solutions. There are many examples, as the earlier speakers mentioned. 3D printing, mRNA vaccine is a disruptive technology. It has looked at the whole thing from a different perspective. Digital twin, where is another technology which is going to be disruptive in nature. Virtual positioning system, global positioning system is being replaced by virtual positioning system. I think there's going to be a disruptive technology in the years to come. There are also lots of things which have been done in the recent past. For example, people are attempting to find cure for cancer without chemotherapy. That's going to be disruptive technology. And possibly, the solutions with a chip is being designed for monitoring the blood sugar. There's no pricking required. It's a simple chip which can monitor the sugar levels. That chip can last for about 14 days, taking 1,440 readings. It can give the complete details about the profile of the blood sugar of a human being. Again, it's based on ASIC technology. I'm sure some of these things will change the entire way in which we are leading our lives, doing the things. There's a complete disruption, there's a changeover to a new method. I'm sure the papers which have been selected, the experts who have been invited would touch upon many such things. The takeaway of this particular conference must be, what are the newer solutions that have been attempted in the recent past? Is there any solution which is easier, cheaper, efficient, and you can be certain they're going to be disruptive in nature? I wish this conference a grand success and thank the organizers for taking all the effort to invite several good speakers and also the parts from across the institutions. Eventually, a platform like this must help each other, must provide an opportunity for interactions. Finally, I would suggest this conference must lead a way for interactions among the institutions. The institutions across the country must get together, researchers must get together, work on common problems, work on problems which are relevant to this country. Do not look for solution to the problem of America. There we have enough problems in the country, in the Bangalore city itself. Take the solutions, provides the answers to that. And I'm sure those small things will make huge differences. And as an institution, responsible institution, we must do that. That is what exactly the chief guest was mentioning, impactful research. Impactful research is basically you pick up a problem, apply the innovation, that's relevance plus innovation is impact. Therefore, this conference should provide a platform for that. Wish this conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾಪೀಠ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ದಯಾನಂದ ಸಾಗರ ಸಮೂಹ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳೂ ಆದ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಾಳಿಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ಭಾಷಣ ನೀಡುವಂತೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ.
Good morning to all of you. The chief guest of today's function, Dr. V.K. Hariharan. The guest of honor, Dr. Alkunt Dey. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of DSU, Dr. K.N.B. Murthy. Dr. Uday Kumar Reddy, the Dean of School of Engineering, DSU. Dr. Theodore Chandra, Chairman. Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering. Madam Pushpamala, the convener of this conference. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you at DSU, the official opening of the second meeting of the conference. This event is the culmination of collective effort by researchers and our organizing team. The aim of this conference is to provide a platform to foster scientific exchange between researchers and practitioners, scientists, students, and engineers in disruptive technologies. And the conference provides an international forum for discussing the latest theoretical advances and real-world applications in all areas related to emerging technologies such as AI, automation, and other technologies. Invited technical talks by eminent personalities from premier institution on current topics of relevance will also help the participants in upgrading of their knowledge in the advanced engineering and technology. I am sure that this conference has scheduled a series of talks by eminent speakers, and it will be wonderful. It would be a fruitful one for each one of you. I wish a great success of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech, sir. Chairman, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Dr. Theodore Chandra will deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I stand here on behalf of Department of ECE and Team CENCON 2022 to deliver my vote of thanks. First of all, I'd like to thank the management for enabling us to organize the second IEEE International Conference on Disruptive Technologies for Interdisciplinary Research and Applications at Dayanand Sagar University. A special thanks to our chief guest, Dr. V.K. Hariharan, for accepting our invitation and for being here with us today. A lot of experience you have, sir, to share with us. And now I request our secretary, Sri Galiswamy, to present with the memento. Thank you, sir. Our participants will have a lot of things to learn from you. I sincerely thank our guest of honor, Mr. Alok Nath Dey, for accepting our invitation and being here with us today. And your thoughts have truly inspired us today, sir. And I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to present the memento to our guest of honor. Thank you, sir. I thank our respected secretary, Sri Galiswamy, Dayanand Sagar Institutions, for gracing this occasion. Now I request our Dean, sir, to present the memento to our beloved secretary. Once again, thank you for gracing this occasion, sir. Thank you, sir. I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.N.B. Murthy, for always supporting and guiding us in all our efforts. And now again, I request our Dean, sir, to present him with a memento. Thank you, sir. I thank our respected Dean, SOE, Dr. Uday Kumar Reddy, for inspiring us in all our efforts. And now I request Dr. Pushpamala to present the memento to our Dean. Thank you, sir. I thank my colleague, Dr. Pushpamala, Publication Chair, CENCON 2022, for making this conference happen. And she has put a lot of effort in organizing this conference. Thank you, ma'am. And I request Professor Kanmani from EC Department to present her with the memento. Thank you. And it's my duty to thank all trackers, reviewers who has contributed a lot to this conference and spend their time in reviewing all the papers and put their efforts to make this conference a successful one. And I thank all deans present here, chairs of different departments, CSE, CS clusters, aerospace, physics, mechanical, and other departments. And I thank all participants for believing in us and submitting your work with us. And also I like to thank faculty of EC department for making this conference a successful one and for all your contributions. And also I thank faculty members of other departments also who has contributed to this conference in a lot of way. Thank you again to all of you. And I also extend my thanks to all participants, again, student volunteers, IT support team, faculty, facility team, online platform team for supporting the conference related activities. And I like to thank each and everyone for being here and making this day a successful one. Thank you again, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for your vote of thanks. Now I request Dr. Gayatri to offer the memento to our chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll request everybody to stand up for the national anthem.
Now all the dignitaries can move out of the dais. A refreshment has been arranged. Please have a cup of tea. Meanwhile, we will be moving to the keynote session. PPT ready. Student, listen. You also have the refreshment. You can have it in the left side. And we also have the industry personalities, our industry people coming from different companies. You can have interaction with them. They are ready for the exhibition. Please go there, have your refreshment as well as you can have the interaction.
PPT share ಮಾಡು ಗುರು. External screen ಹೋಯ್ತು. LED ಆಫ್ ಆಯ್ತು.
It's already late. Where's Arjun?
He's looking for universities, right? Maybe he's held up there.
You look so tense. By the way, did you get to choose a university? Where did you find the university that matches my requirements?
Requirements? What exactly are you looking for?
Some opportunity to grow, to excel, to innovate.
And to innovate. I want to be a part of an institution that paves my way to discover myself and to witness the world moving forward in technology. I want to go to a place that sets a futuristic pattern of education.
It's already late. Where's Arjun?
He's looking for universities, right? Maybe he's held up there.
You look so tense. By the way, did you get to choose the university?
No, I'm unable to find an university that meets my requirements.
Whoa. Meet your requirements? What exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for a place that gives me an opportunity to grow, to excel, to invent, and to innovate. I want to be a part of an institution that
It's my way to discover myself and to witness the world moving forward in technology. I want to go to a place that sets a futuristic pattern of education filled with ideas and radical performances. Basically, I want to live my dream.
It's already late. Where's Arjun?
He's looking for universities, right? Maybe he's held up there.
You look so tense. By the way, did you get to choose the university?
No, I'm unable to find an university that meets my requirements.
Meet your requirements? What exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for a place that gives me an opportunity to grow, to excel, to invent, and to innovate. I want to be a part of an institution that paves my way to discover myself and to witness the world moving forward in technology. I want to go to a place that sets a futuristic pattern of education filled with ideas and radical performances. Basically, I want to live my dream.
Dayanand Southern University. Live the dream.
It's already late. Where's Arjun?
He's looking for universities, right? Maybe he's held up there.
You look so tense. By the way, did you get to choose the university?
No, I'm unable to find an university that meets my requirements.
Whoa. Meet your requirements? What exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for a place that gives me an opportunity to grow, to excel, to invent, and to innovate. I want to be a part of an institution that paves my way to discover myself and to witness the world moving forward in technology. I want to go to a place that sets a futuristic pattern of education filled with ideas and radical performances. Basically, I want to live my dream.
Dayanand Southern University. Live the dream.
It's already late. Where's Arjun?
He's looking for universities, right? Maybe he's held up there.
You look so tense. By the way, did you get to choose the university?
There is an
Hello? Yes, student, please. There is an exhibition from Fluke, one Raja Rajeshwari and one more company, Gill Instrument. Please look into that and please ask questions related to, because this is related to your subjects also. Please look this exhibition, please, student. Go there and see.
Students, please take your chairs.
Everyone can please settle down. Settle down. All the volunteers also, I want you to settle down. Stop discussing in the registration desk and settle down. Mohis, stop discussing in the registration desk and settle down. You can speak to the exhibits later during your break time. Settle down. Fifth semester students standing over there as volunteers. Bhargav and team, settle down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a very promising and insightful session on multidisciplinary research and enabling technologies by Executive Director Samsung and Chair IEEE Bengaluru 2023, section Dr. Aloknath D. Aloknath sir, we welcome you here. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So good afternoon. And if I have your attention, I'm sure you had your snacks and, you know, you don't want to miss your lunch. So we'll not take too long, but just to make connections to what we discussed in the morning. And that's your theme for the conference, disruptive technology and multidisciplinary research. So I titled more about technology confluence and multidisciplinary research. So, you know, there are many different technologies and technologies are becoming all pervasive. And few of them I just wanted to touch upon because there is no end to it, but related to communications and electronics of 5G, AI and IoT. I just have two slides. We don't have time for that, but how do they connect and how we can make something out of all of them? That's the focus for my presentation. So on 5G, you know, my first entry in 2011, when I joined Samsung, the first assignment was about 5G research. That is a time that we started, and each of these generation takes almost 10 years to fructify. Today we are deploying. I mean, we started from 2020, and for last 1.5 years, we have started working on the 6G. As it was told also, I published a co-edited book on 6G, that is world's first 6G book by Springer. And we have a lot of research areas that are unfolding in that. But when we did 5G, and today your question might be, many of them are first year, second year students, and maybe entry to this communication. So the first generation I skipped, that was an analog kind of communications. But the second generation was purely voice. In third generation, the data came, and in between, Edge and GPRS was a 2.5G or 2.75G, so that, you know, you look into these data or SMS network connecting. In 4G, we went further, and control plane and data plane and new features and more multimedia data that we brought in. In 5G's world, we have this triangle that you can see on this side, where we look into enhanced mobile broadband. So how can you increase the bandwidth? How can you have low latency so that you can have interactivity in place? And also you can bring machine communication. Even though we call 5G, but for machine communication, this is a first G, 1G. That's what it is. So this is what you see. On the right-hand side, if you see, this is how we work. It's not just those three metrics, but it is also important to look into many other metrics. For example, spectral efficiency. That is a metric. You have edge throughput. When you go into the cell and you go into the edge of it, what throughput you get? If you are in the best situation, then you might get this. So there is a peak throughput, there is an average throughput, but also there is a worst case throughput that we look into it. And the latency. So those things from 3G to 4G, things changed, and 5G, one more step. And as I said, machine, so then the density of the machine connections is also very important. In 6G, we are looking into 10 to the power 7 devices per square kilometer. Can the network support like that and connect the machines? In the bottom, as you see, it's the journey that we take. First part of it is a research. Like today we are doing, and 24, end of 25, the standards will start coming for 6G. Same way, 11, we started doing research, but in 15, as you can see here, 15 or 16, the standardization started. There is a body by name 3GPP. They do the standardization, and we go there, and this is the journey they have released 14, 15, 16, and then 17. Also, it happened up to that 17, which is not figured there, is a 5G. From 17, after that, we have started talking about the beyond 5G, and then we'll go into the 6G's journey. So that's how the standard happens. Now, as you do it, you also find applications, because why are you doing and going, and who needs this high data? One is the video download. What we used to take in 4G, probably a 2 hours download, that can be done in a minute or two, or even lesser in the 5G when you have the right throughput. So that's the difference that you have. When you are talking 6G, we are talking how do you bring a hologram into the picture that cannot be done by the 5G. So these are changes that we are making, but also to highlight, when you build a develop a product, you have to test it out. How do you test it out? You do 5G, but you also, first do with the pedestrians. Is it working? In a steady state, is it connected? What throughput I get, what latency I get. Then I walk a little bit, is the roaming happening? Then I go on cycles. Then I go on a slow vehicle. I go on a high vehicle. I go by train. I go under the tunnel. I go under the ocean or another continent. That's how we test it out and say the product is working and whatever is the specification, where the limitations are. That's what we did. And in NTT Japan, we did the first with Samsung. In the train itself, we have the base stations. There are different services. Some for the crew members, they get the benefit. Some for the passengers, they can use the journey, high-speed journey, and do their activities even while on the train. So that is a 5G introductions in a nutshell. Let me talk a little bit of AI. So on the another world, very different. And from Samsung, we did this Bixby. Bixby is a voice assistant, but we also enlarged it into vision text intelligence. So for Samsung, this is what it is. It is not like a Google Assistant. That is a search engine. And suppose you want to know who is the prime minister of this country, then you go and search there. Whereas our intent has been in Bixby, Samsung has a lot of digital appliances at home or otherwise, billboards. How do you connect them? And, can you do a voice command? Can you detect something? For example, you have a vacuum cleaner at home. If it's having a sensor and it can detect if there is a fire caught in the house, in kitchen, suppose the burner was on, the vacuum cleaner can detect and give an alert, right? Because it has a sensor. Or when the vacuum cleaner is moving, the robo vacuum cleaner that we have built actually can see the edges. It can detect and it will not fall. If it is on a platform like this, it will come to the edge and return back from there because it understands that there is an edge. So what we have tried to do is your voice, vision, text, all of these into intelligence. And when we talk about Bixby, we say, Bixby, find all pictures from my last summer vacations. So you have this. So first of all, it's a command by voice. It flattens because in the smartphone, if you have to go and search, sometimes it's in the second layer, third layer, you don't remember where it is. But when you give a voice command, it goes underneath and it searches and brings it back. So this kind of technology makes it whole hierarchy flattened and you don't have to search. That's the power of it. Then if you add on top of that, the vision to see it, what I just said. So to my vacuum cleaner, I can give a voice command, even if I'm in the other room or maybe in the sofa, I don't want to get up. I can give a command, it can start doing it, start doing the job, and then detect it. If I am leaving home, so many of our vacuum cleaners have started doing only when you are not in the home. Because when you are in the home, it's a botheration, right? And it has other times. So when I'm going out and there is an occupancy detector, nobody's at home, then the vacuum cleaner gives some time and starts coming out from its dock, goes and does the cleaning, and then comes back and goes into the charging dock again. So that's the kind of intelligence that we have built. And going back here on all the pictures, Suppose you have gone into too many summer vacations, it will ask, did you mean the Europe or the Asia or this and that? And you can choose from there and see the pictures. So Bixby finds all pictures, but also, you know, kind of frozen, I guess. So the Bixby's power is for voice assistance and at the same time for this. So let me talk about the IoT part of it, which is, you know, the next part that I wanted to highlight. Can take to the next slide, please. And in IoT, let me give you, we have built a smart things as a platform, and as corporate VP, my one responsibility was to build a data platform for the IoT. We have this smart things, there is an app, there is an hub, and there is cloud, smart things cloud, through which we have done. And we have connected 200 million devices together to be able to, you know, talk, share the data and things. So in home, for example, if I'm in a smart building and there is a car parking, this cloud to that cloud, private cloud, you can connect and you can share. You know, for example, you wanted a preferred car parking, or is it full or not? You can have that service. We have 4 layers of connectivity that we have. One is about device to device. If 2 devices are very close by, my phone and a earring bud, or maybe a watch, then I don't need to go through the whole 5G communications. It's a BLE or a BT communications that you can have. So therefore, you can have that into this whole journey of the connections. So you would have a machine-to-machine communication, peer-to-peer communication, or you can have machine to hub. So hub could be, for example, our fridge, because we made the hub like smartphone cannot be a hub, because if you leave home, you are losing out all the backbone, right? So therefore, we feel the fridge and the TV and the vacuum cleaner, or these are the kind of devices that can play like a hub. And what it does is it can connect many small devices. So I generally, in a lighter manner, I say, you know, we have 3 kinds of sets of devices. One is an elephant class, that is your fridge and TV that can be hub, that's staying there. And one is a horse class that is trotting with you, which is like your smartphone, buds and watch. And then you can have a rodent class that is sticking around somewhere, consuming very less power, but also kind of doing it into that. So that was on the Bixby. So I'm on to IoT. So these are devices that are connected. And we have created a lot of different modes, because what happens, the AI and IoT, when you combine, suppose, for example, every time I do some things repeatedly, then it can detect, the data analytics, the smart things platform can detect that every time when you go out, you are locking the door, you are shutting down some lights, fans, and then maybe the balcony light, you are turning it on just to make sure, you know, everybody knows that you are still there. Whatever it is, you do some 3 things every time. When you watch a movie, some romantic movie, you want to put the curtain down and put some lights on, other lights off. This is a routine thing. So you don't have to do every time. So these 3 can be a macro. And once you go into the movie mode or going out mode, they could be enabled. So that's on the IoT. And there is a lot of technologies that are there. As a communication engineer, electronics engineer, you will learn them from that 4G, 5G, which is a lot of distance and satellite communications, to the BT, BLE. But even before that, NFC is a technology that you use for smart payment. If you go to somewhere and the touch, you know, they say, can the card be touched and you pay? That's because of NFC technology. There is an RFID technology. That's a proximity technology. Then you have a Bluetooth BLE. You have a Wi-Fi kind of technologies, and you go out. So all of these technologies are required because sometimes you want a high throughput, sometimes you want a wide coverage, Sometimes you want a low power consumption. Sometimes you want a multicast communication, group communication that are provisioned in some of those like ants and others. Therefore, you require them. So I have highlighted 3 separate segments: how 5G works, what is the principles behind AI, and some threads about the IoT. So if we think now a combinations of it, because you will not see a technology as a technology, and that confluence of technology, what I mentioned, is about this. You know, you have the biggest asset a city will have is the street light. Like the street lights going down today is for the light, but tomorrow this is the backbone of the city, whereby 5G fibers will come, or the connection, and from there it can go to the buildings, to the homes. And suppose this is what it is, you will also have Wi-Fi or LTE. So I gave an examples like an LTE small cell. Even though 5G backhaul is there, total it is a gigabit traffic, but you might carry in the dense areas some of these LTE small cell, which is in megabits per second, but 5 of them are there. You have some Wi-Fi connections. You have lots of IoT sensors, which has very small data, but lots of them. So when you combine and multiply, there is a bigger effect of that. You have this CCTV or these billboards will be, Samsung has a lot of billboards where you can have a pen drive and you can change the content. So you can drive through this digital signage. So all together, even though they appear to be smaller, but aggregated effect is a gigabit, and through this smart street light, we'll be carrying those information. Moving forward in future, the 5G vehicle to everything, V2X as we call, vehicle to pedestrian, vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to vehicle. This is the kind of it. And there are many interesting examples that have started coming. For example, an IoT to operate a device. Recently from Germany, you know, skilled labor was required to demolish one building in Asia, but they did it from the Europe remotely, that demolitions into the Asian, one of the countries. So that's a kind of remote driving or remote demolitions and things like that. And experts can operate from there without even traveling. We will have a lot of high definition map update, because as the speed goes up into the highway, you need to make sure even maps refresh cannot be slower. Then you will miss that exits and things like that. So 5G will help, and 6G definitely will take it forward. We have also done one interesting thing from Samsung, which will be a good citizen or vehicle citizenship, good vehicle citizenship, which is, you know, suppose you are onto the carved roadways and things, this truck that you see, red color vehicle, that is a bigger one, and that's obstructing the blue car's vision, and there is a traffic in the front. Therefore, it will be duty of the middle vehicle in due course by 2030 that you have to display at the back, sense through the front, and display at the back that there is a vehicle inside. So if you are overtaking, you should be careful and things like that. So there are many such interesting examples that are coming in which the IoT and 5G's power of low latency and the throughput, plus the AI in identifying the situations. You don't have to do all the time, but if you sense that it is somebody is getting blocked, you can say that somebody is there, something is in the front, then you flash. Otherwise, maybe you can keep it on silent. So that's what it is. And it's going in all over the places. Last example that I have is on not just these, even in cricket world. There is a company in Australia by name Kookaburra who has done this. All your watch, you know, the sensors that are there, accelerometer, gyroscope, these are in the ball, and you can detect the spin and the speed, and you can connect these. So there is an IoT part of it, and there is a machine learning algorithm in the cloud, and there is a vision exercise, and all these happens fast speed. So all these 3-4 technologies would play a role into governing. So I wanted to give this example of 5G AI IoT, which I described before, how they can work together to provide a service. At the end, people get service and experience, and this is how you get. Just the last bit, one slide on that is just to say that multidisciplinary part that you talked about, there are new fields that are emerging. I happened to publish one article in this engineer mind, the mind of an engineer by INAE, in which we talked about 10 levers of how smart engineering can be done. So I'm not going into that, but just one lever that is touching on the multidisciplinary part of it, which is again the theme of your conference. There are new fields that are emerging. In my previous talk, I addressed about electronics and communication electronics and VLSI and mechatronics, but even other field, as you can see, geology, soil engineering, and biology. How is the soil? What is the rock formations? What are the biological ingredients that are there? How the food is being prepared? And when it goes into the body, what kind of effect can be there? Similarly, you can have a geography plus information systems, like a Google map that you see, optical physics and your telecom, music plus acoustic engineering. So I think whatever is your hobby and combined with an engineering discipline, you have all the freedoms to build it and grow into a more multidisciplinary activities into your research. So with that, I thank you for giving the time, for inviting me here, and I wish you a good conference, learn more, enjoy more. Thank you again for inviting.
Thank you so much, sir, for the very informative session. Next, I hand over to Dr. V.K. Hariharan, former Deputy Director, U.R. Rao Satellite Center, ISRO, for the keynote on India's Space Odyssey, the inspiring journey of ISRO.
Can I tell this? Yeah. Okay. Good morning to all of you once again. I welcome to this keynote address on a very important topic, that is India's Space Odyssey, the inspiring journey of ISRO. It can also be termed as from bicycle to a billion dreams. So the vision of ISRO's program is to harness the space technology for national development while pursuing space science research and planetary exploration. The basic program of ISRO can be grouped into 5 dimensions. One is the INSAT or GSAT and navigation program, that is the communication program. And the second one is the IRS, Indian Remote Sensing and Microwave Remote Sensing program. The third one is the space science and interplanetary program. So for these programs, we get the special payloads from Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. And here in Bangalore, in ISRO Satellite Center, we make the mainframe of the satellite and integrate it along with the payload to make the complete satellite. So once the satellite is made, it has to be launched with the launch vehicle, and the launch vehicles are made at Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Thiruvananthapuram. So the 5 segments of the ISRO program are all for societal development and applications. And we take care of, with this program, natural resources are identified, then disaster support we make, and infrastructure development for the national development and country's development. Next. The space applications, there are so many categories are there. But, there are so many space applications like socio-economic security, sustainable development, and disaster risk management governance, and infrastructure, that is the Earth observation satellite, communication satellite, navigation and space science segment, and also ground segment. So these are all made at ISRO Satellite Center, Bangalore. And the space transportation things, that is the launch vehicle things, are made at VSSC Thiruvananthapuram. The different types of launch vehicles are polar satellite launch vehicle, then GSLV geosynchronous launch vehicle, and advanced launch vehicle like modular launch vehicle, reusable launch vehicle, and human spaceflight. And also we take care of capacity building for the activities. So these are the main areas where the application areas of space program are there. That is agriculture, infrastructure planning, then water resources, communication, navigation, weather, disaster management, health education, and space science. So when you look back, the scenario in 1960s was totally different. Actually, we were transporting some of the subsystems of the rocket using bicycle. And today we have developed all the facilities in 2022. Recently, the transportation of launch vehicle Mark III took place, and then the transportation of the 36 1-up satellites using LBM-3 fairing is done here. So these two photographs tells the transformation how ISRO has developed in 6 decades. The ISRO program all started with in 1962 when Vikram Sarabhai drafted the space program for the country. Though the important developments took place much earlier in 1945 when Dr. Homi Bhabha established the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in 1945. In 1950, he founded the Department of Atomic Energy under Government of India, which provided the funds for space coordination. And in 1969, the INCOSPAR, that is the Indian National Committee for Space Research, was renamed as ISRO, and with limited resources available at his disposal, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai developed the space program that applied technology for socio-economic development of the country. So here you can see not only some of the parts of the satellite rocket launched in 1963 were transported by a bicycle. Ever since its formation, now in 69, now we have launched more than 100 missions and more than 70 launch vehicle missions, and then a total of foreign satellites have been launched. Here in this slide, you can see the first launch of the sounding rocket getting ready. So it was a US Nike Apache sounding rocket, and it was launched in 1963, November 21. And the sounding rocket is getting ready for launch. And actually this facility is located close to the magnetic equator of the Earth, and it was ideal location for scientists to conduct atmospheric research. The first few rockets were assembled inside the church, where it houses a space museum. So here you can see the 1963 Nike Apache motor getting ready for launch. And in this picture, you can see our earlier President, Dr. Abdul Kalam, and Aramadan, our earlier director, working for a payload in 1964. The launch of the first satellite, that is the Aryabhatta, took place in 1975, and this satellite was for astronomy payload, and it was launched in Soviet Union, and subsequently 2 more launches of Bhaskara 1 and Bhaskara 2 took place, and they were for remote sensing satellites. So here you can see the various pictures, how the satellite was getting integrated, and the main features of the main features of Aryabhatta satellite, Bhaskara 1 and Bhaskara 2 satellites are given here. And when we come to communication satellite, the site, that is the site stands for Satellite Instructional Television Experiment. So this was the first experiment where we did how to broadcast television program from one place to another place. So this was supposed to be the most expensive, the experiment from 1 year, 1975 to July 76. So it gave an experience how to telecast a TV program. So it could stimulate the national development in India. Site was followed by STEP, another experiment where ISRO and PNT jointly did this experiment. And actually the main activities of this experiment was to establish the ground segment for doing the broadcast and other television programs. So this slide shows the development of launch vehicle starting from SLV-3 to ASLV and then the PSLV and GSLV. So the first satellite, that is SLV-3 launch vehicle, launched in 1980, July 18. And here the combination of all the satellite vehicles, how the launch vehicles have evolved is given here. And what you are seeing here is the cryogenic stage, which was developed indigenously in 2000, around that time. And here you can see the first communication satellite, Apple. Apple stands for the Ariane Passenger Payload Experiment mission. And this was the first communication experimental satellite done by ISRO. So here I am just depicting a picture where the satellite is loaded on a bullock cart. And actually there was a problem in the telemetry telecommand link. There was a mismatch in the antenna and the subsystem thing. And we had to do a radiation test, but we didn't have the facility. The satellite had to be taken to France, Toulouse, to do the actual test and to validate the system. But the out-of-box solution was found, and at a cost of ₹150, just for hiring the cart, this solution was found. Satellite was loaded onto the bullock cart to give a non-magnetic environment and to conduct the antenna test in the open field test site. And the problem was solved based on this. So this shows how ingenuity can solve a bigger problems. The Apple was launched in 1981, and here the picture of the satellite is shown. And here you can see the first Indian astronaut, the Rakesh Sharma, went to space in 1984. And we all know that this famous Sare Jahan Se Acha Hindustan Hamara. In this slide, I'm just discussing about the evolution of the remote sensing satellites. So remote sensing satellites started from IRS 1A onwards. 1A and 1B were launched in from Russia, and the subsequent satellites were launched by PSLV from India. And the first satellite launch vehicle by PSLV D1 was not success, and D2 was success, and that was in 1994, 15th October. Subsequently, we started launching many remote sensing satellites. So all the spectrum of the remote sensing satellite is given here. And the technology experimental satellite is another satellite, very important remote sensing satellite. And it was launched in 2001 October. Along with this, we also launched two piggyback payloads, that is the Proba and the Bird. Proba stands for Project for Onboard Automation. It's a Belgian satellite. And Bird stands for Bispectral Infrared Detector. It's a German satellite. So from 2001 onward, PSLV started launching small satellites as piggyback satellites along with the main satellite. So the evolution of development of PSLV is shown here, and started from 1993 onward. And notably, PSLV has launched many important payloads like Chandrayaan-1, then Mars Orbiter mission, then AstroSat-1. And PSLV has gained very popular as a lead ride-share provider for many small satellites. And in June 2022, PSLV has launched 245 foreign satellites from 36 countries as of now. And one of the most notable among the launches of PSLV was PSLV C-37, launched on 15th February 2017, successfully deploying 104 satellites at a stretch into the sun-synchronous orbit. So earlier record was held by Russia. 37 satellites were launched at the time. So here you can see how the satellites are placed in the dual launch adapter. The top figure shows the first launch pad, and the middle figure shows the second launch pad. And bottom one, how the satellites are housed in the fairing. And here I am showing the evolution of communication satellites, started from INSAT 1 series onwards, and INSAT 2 series, INSAT 3 series, INSAT 4 series. Like that, we have 4 series of INSATs and GeoSats. INSATs have been all these satellites together provides transponders in C-band, extended C-band, KU band, and KA band for a variety of communication applications. And GSAT satellites are meant for indigenously developed communication satellites, and they are launched by GSLV. So the figure shows some of the satellites developed by ISRO, and the bottommost figure shows the heaviest I-6K satellite, that is 5.7 ton. This is launched by Ariane 5. I think the right file is not loaded. 1 minute. Okay, now I'll go forward. GSLV project was started in 90s, and the first few launches were not successful, and we had to depend on Russian technology. Later on, we developed our own indigenous cryo stage. The first GSLV-1 is shown here with Russian cryo, and the second figure is the GSLV-2 with the indigenous cryo. Third one is the GSLV Mark III, and here you can see the cryo stage being lifted for assembly onto the vehicle. The indigenously developed Mark II GSLV cryo first launch took place on January 2014, 5th, and the for Mark III GSLV took place 5th June 1927. Here the functioning of the cryo stage is explained, and you can see the left side, the figure shows Mark III figure, and the strap-ons are liquid stage, the solid stage, and the main stage is the liquid stage, and then the second stage is the cryo stage. Whereas in the topmost right, we are seeing the GSLV Mark II, where the strap-ons are liquid stage, the main stage is a solid stage, the second stage is again a liquid stage, and then the third stage is a cryo stage. So how the cryogenic engine upper stage functions is given in this figure. And we have 2 tanks with liquid hydrogen at minus 253 degrees fuel and liquid oxygen at minus 183 degrees oxidizer. So they are flowing into the combustion chamber, and the required thrust is developed in the combustion chamber to lift the satellite. Here the housing of the satellite GSAT-19 is shown, and housing of the Chandrayaan is shown here. And this I was mentioning, the launching of 102 satellites successfully, and it took place on 15th February 2017. Till today, this holds as a record for India. The details of 104 satellites from other space agencies are given here. Then coming to satellite programs, the 5 segments of satellite program are navigation to provide positioning services, communication for augmentation of in-orbit transponders, and remote sensing for high resolution satellite images, space science and interplanetary satellites for exploring outer space and planets, and then the small satellites for performing and qualifying new technologies. So the basic applications of communication satellites are broadcasting, communication, and meteorology and other applications. The four classifications of communication satellites are I1K, that is the lift-off mass is around 1 ton. I2K, the lift-off mass is around 2 ton. The I3K lift-off mass is around 3 ton, and I6K lift-off mass is around 6 ton. So the different features of these four bus are given here. To the right side, we can see the I6K satellite GSAT-11. The topmost figure shows the loading of the satellite to the thermovacuum chamber, and then the physical parameter testing of the satellite, and testing of the satellite in compact antenna test facility, and in-orbit performance is given here. And coming to navigation program, we have launched 7 satellites for navigation constellation, and out of 7 satellites, this is for Indian constellation to provide standard positioning service and restricted service with encryption. So out of 7 satellites, 3 are geostationary and 4 are geosynchronous. They are used for various applications like aviation, maritime, railways, navigation, roadways, and the survey. Earth observation program applications, microwave imaging, cartography, and large-scale mapping. So these are the applications of remote sensing satellite. Again, for environmental monitoring and atmospheric research and land and water resources, remote sensing satellites are used. And coming to science and planetary missions, Chandrayaan-1 Mars Orbiter mission, AstroSat, these are the 3 classical examples of science mission. Chandrayaan-1 was launched in October 22, 2008, first mission to the moon, and Mars Orbiter mission was launched during 2013-2014, and AstroSat in 28th September 2015. So here the details of Chandrayaan-2 are given. Chandrayaan-2 had 3 segments: orbiter, lander, and rover. Orbiter had 8 payloads, lander had 4 payloads, and rover had 2 payloads. So here the details of mission is given, and orbiter, the performance was nominal, and the lander and the rover, the performance was not nominal. Lander could not make a soft landing, and because of this, its payload performance could not see. And coming to SRE, that is Space Capsule Recovery Experiment, this is mainly to validate and deboost and to validate several technologies used for human space programming. Then a small satellite program. So we have developed 3 buses for small satellite: Indian Nano Satellite bus for less than 10 kg, and INS-2 for 10 to 20 kg, and IMS Indian Micro Satellite bus IMS-1 around 100 kg, IMS-2 that is for 300 to 500 kgs. The list of the satellites coming under this bus are given here. And here the list of the satellites coming under small satellite programs are given here. Under a small satellite program, we have given training to several foreign country students under a UN program, that is Unnati program, Unispace Nano Satellite Assembly and Training by ISRO. So there are 60 participants from 33 countries participated, and they have gained knowledge how to make nano satellite, how to assemble, and how to do the testing. Now the 3rd batch training is going on. So the training module provided participants an opportunity to assemble and test a nano satellite utilizing the state-of-the-art facilities at URSC. So here you can see the students from other countries undergoing training. Actual real-life training is going on, and they have been given certificates at the end of the training program. The small satellites under that student satellite program is also there, and from various universities and institutions, students have made satellites, and these have been launched by PSLVs. So here the list of those satellites are given. So totally, so far 10 satellites have been launched by PSLV made by students. and 2 more satellites are under development. The next segment is future missions and challenges ahead. So what we could not do in Chandrayaan-2, we are aiming to repeat in Chandrayaan-3. That is, the lander and the rover will be repeat for Chandrayaan-3, and orbiter will not be there. Instead of orbiter, a propulsion module will be there, which will act like a communication relay satellite. And Chandrayaan-4 is another future mission, and it is in partnership with JAXA, Japan Aerospace and Exploration Agency. It is to be launched in 2025. Then future missions, mission to observe the sun. Aditya L1 is planned to be launched next year. So it will be positioned in the halo orbit L1 point between Earth and Sun, where it will study the solar atmosphere, solar magnetic storms, and its impact on Earth's environment. The next one is the Mangalyaan, that is the repeat of Mars orbital mission. Mangalyaan is planned in 2025. This will be followed by soft landing on Mars in 2030. Then we have a mission to Venus, Sukriyaan, with a launch liftoff mass of 2,500 kg and payload is 100 kg, and it is by GSLV Mark II. So it is planned to be an orbiter to Venus. It will have an elliptical orbit, 500 kilometer nearest to Venus and 60,000 kilometer farther away to the Venus. Already we have received so many payload proposals, and from 20 proposals from various countries, we have shortlisted. And this is another interesting satellite in collaboration with NASA and ISRO synthetic aperture radar, NISR. It is meant for dual frequency synthetic aperture radar. L-band frequency SAR is made by NASA, and S-band frequency SAR is made by ISRO. So it is going to be a I3K bus, with the main bus being made by ISRO, and the payload, one of the payload is made by NASA. The other payload, S-band payload, is made by ISRO. Then coming to future missions, the Gaganyaan program is another interesting program. The main objective of Gaganyaan program is to develop a human habitable space capsule to carry on up to 3 crew members to low Earth orbit and return them safely to predetermined destination on Earth. Orbital module, this is the orbital module. It consists of the bottom one is the service module, top one is the crew module. Crew module is the place where the 3 crew will be sitting, and the service module houses all the equipments and electronics as well as the propulsion system required for the crew module. So orbital module comprises of crew module and service module. Mission duration is maximum of 7 days, and emergency mission abort and crew rescue operations are provided. Then crew module is designed for controlled re-entry. Then mission design meeting crew safety. Crew module touchdown in Indian waters. So there are actually many stages in the human space flight. One is the crew escape system demonstration, then the test vehicle 1, unmanned vehicle 1, unmanned vehicle 2, and then manned vehicle 1. So it will take at least 4 to 5 years to complete all these activities. And here the mission of Gaganyaan is shown here. After a liftoff, it takes about 16 minutes to reach the orbit of 400 kilometers, and then the orbital module will get separated, and with that solar array will be deployed. The orbital module will be there for 7 days in orbit. At the end of 7 days, it will be reoriented for deboost, and at around 120 kilometers, the crew module and the service module separation takes place, and aero braking for the crew module will happen, and then the parachute deployment and the crew module will splash down, and it will be retrieved in 15 to 20 minutes. It takes about 36 minutes from deboost to splashdown and 16 minutes to reach the orbit. So the flashdown point is somewhere near Gujarat coast. Then future missions for launch vehicle, small satellite launch vehicle. We had a launch sometime in this year only, though it was not successful. There was a failure in the SSLV D1. The mission software was malfunctioning, so this has to be corrected. The mission software detected an accelerometer anomaly during the second stage. So this caused the rocket navigation to shift from a closed loop guidance to open loop guidance. So this will be corrected in the next flight. Then another mission is the reusable launch vehicle. So this program is very interesting. And the first flight has already taken place on 23rd May 2016. And the next flight will be shortly, it will be done. There are 4 segments in the RLVTD, that is the hypersonic flight, then landing experiment, then the return flight experiment, and the scramjet propulsion experiment. Then coming to scramjet engine development, it is nothing but it uses the oxygen present in the atmosphere. So instead of carrying an oxidizer, it will use oxygen from the atmosphere. Thereby, the launch vehicle liftoff mass is reduced. So we can launch a higher mass payload. The scramjet development engine first flight took place on August 28, 2016. So further to that, now we have a stream of experiments lined. Then the next generation launch vehicle is NGLB-1. So it is meant for lifting 10-ton payload in GTO orbit or nearly 20 tons payload in low Earth orbit. So this new rocket could be really be helpful as India plans to have its own space station in 2035. So NGLB is a straightforward, robust machinery. The maiden flight is planned in 2030. Thank you. So from small beginnings come great things. And always the work in ISRO is a teamwork. So together we can do wonders. Thank you. Any doubts?
Thank you so much, sir, for the informative session. So we have Dr. Deepa Chennai, IEEE Bangalore Section Chair 2022. I request Dr. Deepa Chennai to address the gathering.
Good afternoon. Hungry? Yeah, you look hungry and I don't want to come between you and the lunch, and I am also hungry. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I came to this college just to see my students, see my IEEE colleague Pushpamala and my PhD student Niranjan and Savita. So they told me, just come visit the conference room, have lunch and go. So I agreed immediately. So all the best for the conference. Do well. All the success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I'll request Dr. Pushpa Pevi to felicitate Dr. Deepa Chennai. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now will be break for lunch. I request all the dignitaries, faculty members, participants, and students to join the lunch. So the next session will be starting at 1:50. Please be seated for 10 minutes. I'll request the students. I'll request all the students. Let's delegates take the lunch first. So please. So just wait for 10 to 15 minutes.
Sorry for inconvenience, but just a 5 to 10 minutes. The food will be served. We require your patience for 5 to 10 minutes, please. 5 to 10 minutes.
It's already late. Where's Arjun?
He's looking for universities, right? Maybe he's held up there.
You look so tense. By the way, did you get to choose the university?
No, I'm unable to find a university that meets my requirements.
Whoa. Meet your requirements? What exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for a place that gives me an opportunity to grow, to excel, to invent, and to innovate. I want to be a part of an institution that paves my way to discover myself and to witness the world moving forward in technology. I want to go to a place that sets a futuristic pattern of education filled with ideas and radical performances. Basically, I want to live my dream.
Dayanand Sagar University. Live the dream. Helping to shape the future of healthcare. Sometimes we get the opportunity to make a difference. It begins with a desire and decision to have a vision. Our story begins with a humble vision of providing world-class healthcare and making it accessible for all. This was the vision of our founding lady, Dr. Chandramma Dayananda Sagar, the first woman to have been conferred a triple FRCS. Welcome to the next level of medical education and research, a one-of-its-kind, state-of-the-art institute aiming to drive the next wave of healthcare innovations and solutions. Welcome to CD Simon. If your dream is affordable healthcare and access to all, then it's time to live the dream. Great leaders don't just make a difference to their teams, but to the world around them as well. Combining the best investments into medical infrastructure, we can not only provide the best healthcare for the citizens of the country, but also provide a platform to create health practitioners in the country too. After all, Everyone has now realized the importance of the healthcare workforce, especially because of the pandemic.
Basic idea as a doctor, the power what you get is the power to heal, the power to cure, the power to treat. The advantage of joining this institution, that is Dr. Chandrama Dayanand Sagar Institute of Medical Education and Research, that we will definitely make you the best globally viable. You should be able to tackle any situation, and you would be the best not only in the country, and you should also be the best across the globe.
By creating a focused research center along with molecular laboratories and providing a platform for researchers, we can hope to create the most comprehensive health plans for the people of the country, advancing healthcare as we know it for everyone. We aim not only to cure, but to learn, understand and prevent healthcare trauma of the future too.
The role of an Indian medical graduate today is much more than just being a pure clinician. You should not only be a clinician but an excellent communicator, a member and leader of a team, a learner, and also learn to be an excellent researcher too. And each department contains within them a research wing where students who are aspiring to be not only clinicians but also researchers put in their best ideas, helped by the facilitators and the teachers, and they come out with projects, publications and papers and so on. We at CD Cymer are also aiming to do something like this.
This is medicine as it is supposed to have been, rather than the current trend of focusing on the individual and economics of doctors and patients that can afford the latest in healthcare. It focuses on the people and society and what we know and don't know about healthcare at large. This is what shall drive the future of medical care.
What we are trying to focus at CD Cymer is an entire spectrum of all these medicines, right from prescriptive, curative as well as palliative medicine. That is what is required to the larger sections of the populations today.
It is evident from the present challenges that a medical graduate who emerges will have to be well equipped with knowledge, skills and attitude. With this, we will plan out a course and lay it in front of the students who come here to strengthen them so that they become the ideal Indian medical graduate.
The most direct example we can take of infrastructure and a vision having a direct impact is the visionary ICU for emergency care.
The people-first approach of CD Cymer, with an emphasis not only on medical education but also on producing doctors who are empathetic and service-oriented, is what attracted me to join this institution.
The overall vision is the future of healthcare. It runs us to be a better faculty too. Given this kind of support, there is no limit to what our students can achieve in future.
Here at CD Cymer, we have 3 wings in pathology. One is hematology, cytology, and histopathology. In all the 3 wings, we have advanced analyzers. These facilities are not available when we are studying. So I truly believe that CD Cymer will be defining the future of healthcare.
Vision bears fruit. Thanks to the power of the people who make it a reality. It is these people, from the leaders to the management teams, from every doctor and healthcare professional, whether they teach or learn in these hallowed corridors, to make us an institute to reckon with.
Our intent is for this institution and our department in particular to be a game changer and also lead the way and show the way for our young medical undergraduates to become.
Check, hello. Check 1 2 hello.
So where is my kiss? मेरे चक्कर में खुद तन्हा मत पड़ जाना.
It's already late. Where's Arjun? He's looking for universities, right? Maybe he's held up there.
Being so tense. By the way, did you get to choose the university? We're going to find the university that matches my requirements.
Your requirements?
What exactly are you looking for? I'm looking for a place that gives me an opportunity to grow, to excel, to invent, and to innovate. I want to be a part of an institution that paves my way to discover myself and to witness the world moving forward in technology. I want to go to a place that sets a futuristic pattern of education filled with ideas and radical reforms. Basically, I want to live a dream.
ଶୀଘ୍ର ହେଲା ରହୁଛି। during 2008 to 2010 Motorola Solutions. So he completed the enterprise leadership program from IESE Business School in 2019. And I request Dr. Anish Cherian and Mr. Vamsi Motadagu to take up the session and deliver the talk on software for Industry 4.0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Supraja. How are you guys doing today? How are you guys? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the warm introduction and greetings. I request your attention for the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes, right? Would you be with me? And I promise you that you will learn something out of this. Okay? Good to go? How was the food? Okay? So? Okay, good. I know there are a lot of folks who is joining online as well. That's what Dr. Pushpamala told me. So welcome to all who are on the line and hope you had a good lunch. Okay, today's talk, which we are going to focus on, is on software for Industry 4.0. How many of you are aware about Industry 4.0? Quick raise of hands. Guys, you need to participate. I will not get out of this stage without you either saying yes, no, maybe. Seriously. Aware, not aware? Yes, not aware. Most of us not aware. Okay, so then we will spend some time. How many of aware about AIML? Can I see the hand raising full or half? Half is partial, that I understand. And AIML from this side? Nobody. Okay, 30%, 20%. How many aware of cloud? Cloud? Moment I am seeing the hands are raising. Okay, cloud has a very good acceptance, right? Big data? Blockchain? Okay, good. So these are all aspects which some of you are fully aware, some of you are not aware, and things like that. Today we're going to talk about a little bit on these technologies which is there, and we are going to cover about where we come from, right? We come from an organization called Harman. Have you heard about Harman as an organization? No. The speakers which you see is JBL. We are part of the same organization. So JBL is part of Harman. We're going to talk about that as well, that what are our brands and things like that. But that's not our major purpose, right? Today, the call which or the discussions or the training which we are having. We're going to talk about what are the technologies we are working on it. We're going to deep dive into the software for Industry 4.0. If today's generation is developing software, what is the method they should use? We are in which year of the century? 20? If you are in 2022 and getting into 2023, software engineering or the way we develop software cannot be the same way. It has to be different, right? We're going to talk about it in a while. In the meanwhile, I see is our presentation up. What happened? Sorry, we're waiting for one. Email has not come back. Do you have any contract? Internet is there. Internet is there. It has directly projected. Yeah, directly project. Project. Yeah, you can project. Yeah. Guys, we are having. We are having some issue with the presentation. We'll get it sorted. How many of you into software development? doing some level of coding? 1, 2. Into coding? Some level of coding, right? Whether it is in electronics or assembly programming or high level programming, whatever that is, right? This group is deeply inside something great, yeah? No programming, nothing, anything in coding? No. Okay. So I think this, great. Thanks for setting that up. Let's move on. Can you give me the, you will change? Okay. So today's talk, we will focus on Industry 4.0 a little bit so that, you know, you get a hang of things. What is Industry 4.0? What is this buzz all around? I also see folks talking about Industry 5.0, 6.0 also, right? So there is a lot of buzz around it, but what it is, we will get in a little while, yeah? We are going to talk about Harman a bit, right? And what are the technologies we are working on? And then we're talking about ABC. If nothing else you take back from this, if you can take back the ABCs, that's good, okay? Microservices, we will talk about microservices and how do we develop this, right? Agile and continuous delivery, right? How do we do development, okay? So Industry 4.0, you are aware about Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0? Heard it, not heard it? You have heard about Industrial Revolution? What was the last Industrial Revolution? During World War time it happened, right? The initial ones was where we used steam engine to, you know, generate power and so on. That after that, there was a movement. What happened further? There was a movement around. What was the next Industrial Revolution? I'm taking back to you history a little bit back, yeah? Sorry? Yeah, I mean, based on the power generation through electricity, and there are a lot of movement around it. Industry 3.0, you know, Industry 3.0, this was the age of internet. It happened around 90s, right? And we are living, by the way, we are living till 2015. Also, we are living the age around internet where we were talking through internet, lot of movement about Facebook, Meta, Google, Twitter. I don't know, so many other apps are there, which you know better than me, right? Which we are using the power of internet, right? Now, Industry 4.0, you can hear a lot of buzzwords around it, but this is one such revolution which is happening, which is cross-cutting different domain. If you are a graduate from electronics engineering or electronics, or somebody from computers, somebody from arts, this revolution is going to bridge all of these things together. Here is where different technologies are coming together. If somebody who is good in biology, right, who is a great microbiologist, if their knowledge is going to be, you know, taken and that it's harvested and that AML can be used on that. I was talking to our professor today, and there is a lot of work which is happening. I think our organization here in Dayanand Sagar is a lot of work we are doing on cutting edge research, right, on different kind of technologies which you are doing, right? So this is a movement where we are cross-cutting between AIML, big data, cloud, name it, you name it, robotics, and so on. Today, the manufacturing, the way the manufacturing is done or industry in the you know, if you see in the factories, no more it is manual, right? Most of the things are, the robots are doing it. And now when the robots has to do, it has to do through some kind of an automation, right? There's a lot of automation behind it, right? So this is that movement. If one thing you can take back from this discussion or training today or talk today is about, this is a movement where different technologies are coming together, where we all bring this all together to make some valuable output, right? So this is what there are majorly, if you heard about augmented and virtual reality, you would have seen AR, VR, right? If you see today, I mean, Vamshi is going to talk a lot about what we are doing as an organization, right? Car is no more entity where it is taking a person from a place A to B. There is a lot of things you can do in car, including augmented reality, how you can see. We're going to talk about what we are doing on that space, right? Big data, whatever you see, whatever Facebook you're using or Twitter or whatever that social media apps you're using, a lot of data is getting generated. How this is stored, where it is stored, and so on. We're going to talk about it, right? Big data and cloud, the storage, and how this is all managed, right? The manufacturing, 3D printing, cloud computing, and Internet of Things, right? Are any of you working on IoT-based work? So the key point is about what is IoT, by the way? That's good. So we know about Internet of Things. So basically, it means that everything can talk to each other, right? There are sensors and actuators, right, which can generate radiators or information from which, there can be information that can be processed. I will give you a simple case study, right, before I go into detail of Harman, right? How many of you may be staying in apartments or some of those, flats and things like that? Do you use water meter? Water meter? Electricity, which is, or water meter where you are being billed based on the water that is getting, the number of amount of water which you are consuming, right? How does it work? Let's take a simple case study, right? That would help you little bit connect all this scenario together. There is a small sensor that sits on the water meter, right? That sensor keeps checking the consumption of water. And please note, this is a very, very small sensor. Guys, I want your attention, I want your attention. Undivided attention, please, if you can. Yeah, that would be great. So what I'm saying is that there is a sensor which sits on that water meter, right? And that water meter, this sensor keeps checking how much water you're consuming. And there is a protocol there's a small, IP-based protocol that runs in that. What is that protocol? Have you heard about TCP/IP? What is TCP/IP? It's a protocol to send message from this place to another place. Just think like that, okay? It's an internet-based protocol, right? In this particular chip or in this water meter, it's not a very big TCP/IP protocol that can run. It's a very, very small, lightweight internet protocol that runs there. Just understand that. This data is sent to the cloud, right? And it is stored there. There is processing being done, and there is billing that is getting created. In this, there are multiple technologies getting used. What all? IoT. The sensor is an IoT, right? Device, which is a small chip, which is run there. It is consuming the data, sending it to where? Where it is sent? Which server? Some cloud, right? Amazon's or the big players, mostly is Amazon's and the Googles of the world, right? Big data. I mean, the data which is generated, the large amount of data is stored in the cloud, right? And there is analysis being done. So there are three technologies: IoT, big data, and cloud. Of course, there is a lot of machine learning can be used to process how this guy, this person, this family will use the, water in the long run and so on, right? Just to get you the context about what we are all talking about. So we are going to talk about that in this era when we are developing software. What are the aspects you should consider about? So about Harman. So we reinvent smart consumer experiences that make life easier, productive, and entertaining, right? You see, whatever we have products from all the different things, right? From lifestyle, that's what you have. Music, everything around music, lot of equipments we do. You can see that Vamshi is going to talk about it. Also, a lot of work on this vehicle we do, right? From, if you see the Tatas and the Audis and the BMWs, most of the major OEMs are they're our customers, right? We do a lot of work on that space. So what are the work? We are in the automotive space on digital cockpit connectivity, autonomous driving, premium audio, and we do a lot of work on the cloud space, lifestyle, on consumer audio, digital transformation services we do, right? So these are our major area. We are number one in digital cockpit, number one in car audio, whatever, audio systems you see in the latest Tata vehicle or some of the Marutis or Audi and the BMWs of the world, right? You can see that JBL is our brand, which is very popular, right? And so on, right? And there is a lot of work which we do, and we are number one in many of this industry, right? So we do a lot of work on the new vehicles. We will see that the new vehicles will be fully connected. The cars would be connected to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure. A lot of work is going to happen on that side. Our home connections with more than, it will triple. And there will be cloud computing market that will grow exponentially, right? As I talked, these are the number of different brands which we have within our umbrella. Like, of course, we are consolidated under Harman. Of course, we are part of Samsung as an organization. So these are the different brands I'm not going to talk about. If you see Infinity, or JBL, or all of these are brands which comes under Harman. So these are the major OEMs which I talked about, a little bit of detail about this and so on, right? Just a context setting about where we come from. Okay. So I talked about the three important things about today's Industry 4.0 and software if you're developing. It's the A and the B and the C. What are those? What is A? AI. When I say AI and machine learning also comes along with that. And there's a lot of things which is coming behind it. What is B? Louder. Big data, right? C, cloud. So the point is about, we may have many things, many technologies we can talk about. If you can really little bit focus on these areas, all the other areas will also come and tag along with it. But this is my take on it. Yeah, there is nothing which, this is my views about it based on my study, whatever, aspects which we have studied. And we do a lot of work on this, which Vamshi is going to talk about, right? Have you heard about this company called Revolut? I mean, who have been offering this, that make any day a payday, right? Heard about it? No? So that, I mean, this was a movement, right? Where, I mean, at the end of the month, you get a salary. Rather than that, any day you can get your salary. You can draw your salary any day. So this company made that change, right? And there was a lot of buzz around it, that how they can do it and so on. So they were able to do because of the technology they were working on, the way they are organized as an organization and so on, right? So that is something which was very, very interesting. And they were able to do because a lot of technologies in the way they develop their software. So software for Industry 4.0, if you can little bit zoom into the aspect, there are aspects like our software development is going to happen distributed. The way we develop software is going to be distributed. That's a fact, number one. Number two, even when we are deploying our software, it will be definitely using some or the other kind of microservices based development, right? And definitely that is also going to be distributed, right? If some of the things which I am not able to connect to you, don't worry about it. The point which you can take back home is that we will be working in an environment where your teams will be distributed, number one, and the software which you're developing also will be set up in cloud, which will also be distributed, right? Number one. Number two, it will be multi-model. Different kind of models will be used, different databases will be used, and so on, right? It will be reactive, right? You need to be reactive to the context of it, and there are a lot of technologies around it which we are going to talk about. It should be API first, right? You may use different technology, different DBs, different information, but the APIs in which they are going to talk to each other, that's very important. And it need to be elastic, right? It has to scale. And if you are not able to scale it, I mean, it will be very, very difficult. So these are the 5 tenets from our perspective that will be very important when you're developing software. Have you heard about this guy? This is a Persian guy, Persian mathematician. You're right. Even I don't know how to pronounce, to be very honest. Yeah. But I mean, the key point, what is AI/ML is not that. I think today I was talking to our professor. So we have a lot of buzz around AI/ML, right? Zoom little bit. What are you doing in AI/ML? Next thing would be, we are doing AI/ML. So what algorithm are you using it? This algorithm will be out there in most of the libraries which are publicly available, right? And what do you do? What problem are you going to solve? Right? So the point what I wanted to emphasize is that AI/ML was there for a very, very long time. The first mathematician, the Persian mathematician who developed, this is a stamp which was, there. I think somehow it's there in internet. You can study about this guy. He's a Persian mathematician. Somebody would have already Googled it. Somebody, you can find out. Okay. So AI is for A is for AI, right? And that's the key point, that there are a lot of aspects around AI which has to be seen in context, right? Have you heard about also that, if you see, this is a one case study which was published, that this was done for Stanford Hospital. In the context of Stanford Hospital, there is a bunch of data which was put into the system, and they generated an ML algorithm, right? And it gave you very flashy, good results and so on. But unfortunately, the same model which was put into the next door, the very, very old hospital, which is a typical our government hospital, this algorithm bombed. Yeah, it did not work. It gave you all faulty results. So what is the summary of this? What is the summary of this? You want to read it, you can read it. The point what I wanted to say, is there a thing which I'm trying to infer out of this? It's about the algorithm which you have developed. It's the model which you have developed. It's the data which you are feeding. What is that you are training, right? If the amount of data with which you are feeding, that is what the key. If your data is faulty, your machine learning algorithm will go wrong. You have heard about this Uber case study where this is the first self-driving car which was released and it hit a pedestrian. You know this case study? I think it was 5-10 years back or 7 years back, this Uber went and hit this bicycle guy, because in the engine or of ML, this aspect was not fed that a bicycle will come suddenly in between and you have to stop. You need to apply the brake. And the guy who was behind the steering wheel, he just left it and it just hit. The point is again data. How your ML will behave, your algorithm will behave, depends upon the data which is fed out there. So the other important point is that there's a lot of movement around ML ops. Have you heard about ML ops? Machine learning ops. This is a little bit of an advanced topic. I will not cover that. But the message which I want to give to all of you is that if your data, which is the core for ensuring that your software is developed properly, has to be checked, ML ops is the method behind it. That's the message. Other things you will figure it out. Some of you guys are much more smarter than us. Yeah. Okay. B is for big data with mobile and this Metcalfe's law, right? The number of devices, and it will become, the law behind it shows that with mobile internet, we are going to go exponentially high, the amount of connections and the way it's going to explode, right? And big data is a outcome out of it. What is big data? Basically, it's a large amount of data that is getting generated based on whatever our usage and behaviors and so on, right? So this is the other big movement which is around it. And to handle that, there need to be technologies. Have you heard about NoSQL? NoSQL DB? That means that there is no SQL, right? NoSQL typically does not mean there is no SQL. You know about SQL? SQL is equal to database, that's true. It's a query language, right? Which was developed long back and so on. In the context of relational database, what happens is that the speed at which we can fetch the data, you cannot scale very quickly. So that is very important. In that context, it's important that if you have to scale, the data has to be in multiple clusters. If you have to pick the data, you need the technologies behind it. And here is where some of those things I'm not going to talk about in detail, like Snowflake, Node.js, right? And there are so many others which are there, which is helping you. And Amazon and the Googles of the world have their own DBs, which is helping you get there. The point which I wanted to say, if you have to scale, if you are going to develop, and if you are developing software or any of these things in today's world, right, you cannot do away with it. Of course, the big data processing is loosely coupled, it's resilient, and it's delivery guarantee, right? The processing has to happen that way. And these are some of the tenets behind it. Here. Okay, C is for, of course, I talked it multiple times. It's about cloud native, right? Whatever you're developing should work on the cloud, right? It should work and it should be natively available, right? It should not be that you are developing for a traditional software and you are just migrating to cloud. You should develop in such a way that it is cloud ready. And for that, you have technologies, you have containers like Docker. You have heard about Docker containers? Containers. Okay. So maybe I will not go into detail. The point which I wanted to say is that just to touch base about containers. Yeah. Have you heard about this? Where does this term container came? Sorry if some of these things are bouncers, for. Okay. What I wanted to say is that how is it possible today that you are able to develop any software? You can just click a button and your environment will come hosting in front of you, right? If you today software development or any of this environment is just to click a button, how does it happen? It happens because there's a technology behind it, like the containers. And what containers do is that the database, the application server, the development kits, they are going to contain that in a particular zone and they give it to you. And it came from, containers, right? What is container? What is container? I want an answer. It's a very, no technical answer to this. Sorry? Shipping containers, right? What's your name, sir? Puneet. Shipping containers. Anybody else?
It holds stuff inside.
Old stuff inside. Holds stuff inside. Absolutely. So if you see containers, why this is important is that in large ships, when things has to be moved, right? If you see, one elephant also can be moved in a container. And big vehicles also can be moved in a container. It's just that different size of container was important. Small size, big size, every size can be brought in a container. That same concept has been used in the context of software or development. What they have done is that anything and everything can be containerized. And what happens is that in a ship, large ship that moves from source to destination, these containers comes in between and it can hold everything. From an outside view, everything is clean. But all those small details are within those containers. Same concept is here where you are having different containers where you can develop and it can talk to each other through aspects like Kubernetes, which is orchestrating all these things together. For a simple stuff, I think this is the key point. So I think these are some of the aspects about application server. For a moment, I will skip this for detail. You know who is this? Guys, louder, come on. Avatar, and who is this guy? Who is this guy? Don't ask me, I also don't know. He's a character in that, right? That's not my question, by the way. My question is, which language do they use to speak in Avatar 1? Avatar 2, I don't know, I've not watched. What was that language? $243 already. What was the language? Come on, guys. It was one of the most famous movies. There was a language. Sorry? Louder. Oh boy, I also don't know that language. Okay, some new language you can create, by the way. I'm talking about what James Cameron created that in that movie. Okay, you can Google. By the time you could have got the answer. Navi. Okay, that was the answer. Okay. Now you tell me this. Why James Cameron has to create a whole damn new language for creating a movie? Had he not just did it in English? Uska dimag kharab tha kya? Why? Have you thought about it ever? They wanted to? They wanted the nativity of it. Absolutely. What's your name, sir? Komal. Komal. Okay, great. I heard COBOL because COBOL was one of the language which we used to code, Okay, good. So the point what I wanted to say is that Avatar, like a movie created because the nativity of those people, right? They live in they cannot speak English. Come on, you may be kidding. That's the reason he created that. And he took years to do that. There's a whole new language he created. This is a very important metaphor which I want to give you. If you are developing software and if you are developing based on some old way of developing, it needs a context. And that's the context which we are talking about. That's what microservices. I feel if nothing else you take, microservices is the key, which is the new kid on. I would not say new kid. Yeah, it's already there. It's there in almost 10 to 15 years. You should teach us back now in some days. We will meet soon. Yeah. And some of you maybe join back Harman. Yeah, that's for sure. Functional instead of structured, that's something which is going to change. Distributed over centralized, and simply concurrent instead of managed. I'm not going to detail. I think Vamshi has some more slides to cover. So next, 2 more slides and I'm going to stop. This is the age of agile. Now, what is agile? What is agile? You're a very agile person, right? The lady who is sitting is very agile. That guy is a very agile guy. What do you mean by that? Move fast. He can do anything quickly. There is a change which you can bring in very quickly, right? And nimble and fast and adaptation to change and so on, right? This is the era for that. It has always been the era, but this is more important. If you have to develop a software today, without agile way of working, you cannot develop software. People are going to be in multi-places. You cannot deliver for 6 months once and deliver. It cannot happen. You have to deliver every 2 weeks or every week, maybe depending upon what kind of software you're developing. In automotive, which we used to deliver maybe yearly once or 2 years once, we are delivering every 2 weeks. This is not possible without the modern way of development and so on. And that is continuous delivery, all about. We are going to have this detail on another day, but the key point of continuous delivery is that as soon as you're checking the code, how are you developing the whole stage of development? That's what is continuous delivery all about. You're running to have a build pipeline and so on. Okay, this is the stages of our continuous delivery and so on, right? Of course, you can discuss if your app is digital from an organization perspective. Myself and few of my colleagues are also working on a book on software for Industry 4.0. Soon we will release. We have been doing this work for the last 2 years. Hopefully we'll release next year. With that, I will pass it to Vamshi. Thank you, guys. If you have any questions, I will take it at the end.
Which one is? Okay, guys, good afternoon. I'll not take much time. I'll just quickly run through basics of is Industry 4.0 a myth? Is it happening? Is it going to happen? Right? Just to give you a context about why you should be serious about Industry 4.0 and what you could do and what we are doing in India in Harman as an organization. So as Anish just gave you a quick brief, we are into three different departments, or as we call it. One is automotive, one is lifestyle, one is DTS. So automotive is all about cars. How do you make car efficient? Lifestyle is about the fancy brands, JBLs, A.R. Rahman, Sara Ali Khan, Ranveer Singh. So they're all our brand ambassadors. DTS is how we could make the old systems get into a new way of working with Industry 4.0 kind of a tech that we want to do. So what we think in the future, right? Future is about delivering experiences per mile, experiences per the cabin, the passengers in the cabin. Everybody needs to have a different experience. People want to have experiences which are just in time. People want to buy experiences. People want to be always felt wow, right? So this is the need of you guys today. You don't want to do things 1 year the same things, right? You guys want to do something every time different. So that's what is driving the need for Industry 4.0. The Gen Z, the alpha coming out, and the millennials who are going to really be the potential customers for us in the next 10 years. We definitely need to be on the cutting edge to deliver those experiences. The experiences can only be delivered by fundamentally 3 fundamental aspects of it, right? So being connected. So all your electronic students, guys, you guys are the backbone. The 5G, the wireless, IoT, whatever you name it, they are the data engines for collecting the data, right? Personalization, all the guys who are fascinated about design, UI, UX, right? You guys enable the experience in a different form factor, easy for use, human-centric in nature. Intelligent, that's where you comes the AI and ML, where you collect the data you want to process and you need to give a contextual experience that you want to do. What do you mean by that? If I'm driving from here to Silk Board, I'm at somewhere in HSR layout, something happens to me, can you give me an experience, right? That is the level of contextual information we want to provide real time. So this is what we see as a future. And that's why Industry 4.0 is not tomorrow, it is today. Harman is working on those technologies to enable those use cases for all of us in India, also in abroad, wherever you are. So just quickly talking about JBL, what we see is that we think we want to provide an experience in-house and on the go. So you have so many products that we offer in-house, which are more stagnant in nature, but you have also the TWS and the speakers. You see a lot of things, so at end to end, what we think is how can we give you an experience, whatever you're doing with whatever products you pick from, our portfolio. This is the DTS. So what we are saying is if you have anything, older systems, or you want to do something, we can help you to transform it into the new age tech where you could really deliver those end-to-end customer experiences. But I'll probably talk about this where I personally belong to, which is the automotive. So the functionally there are, what we're saying is the tech centric automotive is all tech, right? You have all those engines, the batteries, the car vehicle, you have a lot of, but again, we want to move from a tech centric to a human centric. What does mean is, again, the focus is how do you get that experience to the customer at the right time. So the enablers are connectivity, which I've said, the cloud, and the audio experience that you want to deliver. The cockpit is the cluster and the whole music system that you have inside. It asks your safety features. How do you ensure the car is safe? And then cybersecurity is enabling that, the car is becoming more and more digital, which means it opens up a threat vector. So we want to be very sure that all of these things are taken care of. So this is a typical use case that you look at it. Car is no longer a car where you get into it and just go drive from place to place. It forms a bigger ecosystem. It plays a critical role in bigger ecosystem. So each of your departments that you're doing here has a role in here. So I'm saying most of this is driven by the communication part. So you look at this. It is the experience that you deliver from getting out and getting into a different location, right? So I don't want to run through it, but it just gives you how important all those Industry 4.0 components become. Ready together. So by the way, these are all the things that we do in and out in Harman. So ready together is basically how can you create an individual experience within a closed cabin. Let's say, how can you really have 4 people sitting and doing entirely different things with your car, right? So you have inbuilt speakers, you have inbuilt noise cancelling, and you can do better communication with each other. So this again would need MI/ML capability to do it. So this is one of the state of the art that we do now. Ready care is nothing but eyes and mind on the road. So it's kind of driver monitoring systems. How do you make yourself safe while driving, and how can you give better experience as well in that context? Is if you were feeling drowsy, the car knows that you are feeling drowsy. Can it offer you something? Can it tell you there's a near Starbucks shop that you can go and get a coffee, or it can start a music that you like? All of those things are possible because of deeper cognitive detection that we do on a human. Let's see if this video plays. I'm not sure if audio is there, but at least a quick video of what happens, like how this works. I'm sorry, guys. I think there's no audio, but it typically tells you how the solution enables and makes driving a bit safer. Is there? It's okay. System is hung. Okay. Okay, I think we will move on, but I can share the links, but it's quite interesting to see how this whole thing works. Fundamentally, just improve the reduces the accidents that happen due to drowsiness and in all of those aspects. Yeah, we'll move on. And a typical use case for machine learning is again your ADAS use cases. So I'm XUV 700, which has launched, has these use cases well already demonstrated. Most of the cars in India would have it. So it's completely using sensing technologies, your sensors, your deep learning by the image processing and cognitive and computer vision. So which gives you a complete end-to-end experience. Ignite Store again is our cloud platform for automotive. So basically, you can have apps and then you can also have your own services that OEM could provide. And just let you guys know that most of the cars that will be launched in 2025 in India as well will have a cloud connectivity. So without cloud, it seems to be not really compelling for the users to have a car. On the 5G and the backend connectivity. So basically, you have rapid 5G adaptation, which means that you could pump gigabits of data into the car. And V2X evolution enables you to communicate between the infrastructure and the car to car much faster and swifter way. And edge computing enables you to do last mile computing on the hardware that is available on the car. Okay, I have another video, but I'll skip it. So in Harman, we have been the 5G enablers for the world. There's a lot of work that's been done, and we are also doing this smart conformal antenna, which enables the. If you guys have seen the car fanatics, you've seen there is an antenna which comes out, which was a long kind of a wire which was out. Now it went to a shark fin. In the future cars, you'll not have anything out because it goes into this roof itself. The conformal antenna really enables us to do it, and we are one of those pioneers who've been working on these technologies. So this is the last slide. So we are a global company, but nonetheless, what it takes is the industry 4.0 is already in making for us, for the customers in automotive. So I think whatever you pick it up from today, agile or microservices, or how do you orchestrate a solution? See, when you try to do your engineering projects, please keep in mind the solution that you're going to adapt and how is it close to industry 4.0, because this would become one of the key enablers for you to get prosper in your career as well. With that, I think we conclude. I hope we were on time. Again, thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Vamshi and Anish. I request Dr. Bhavani ma'am to felicitate Vamshi and Rupam sir to felicitate Anish. So the next speaker for the day is Professor Julian Polte.
Hello, everybody.
He's from University of Berlin. So we have Professor Puneet giving a brief biodata about Professor Julian Polte. Hello, Julian. Are you able to see me? I'm Dr. Pushpamala.
Yes, I can see and hear you.
You audio. Audio. Your audio. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್. Professor Julian, can you just speak?
Yes, I can hear you very well and I can say some words. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We'll just
Yeah, very good.
introduction about you, and my colleague Professor Puneet will hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm looking forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Puneet, Assistant Professor in Electronics and Communication Department. So it's an honor and privilege to introduce today's session speaker, Professor Dr. Ieee Julian Pelote from Technische University, Berlin. So Professor Dr. Ieee Julian Pelote has done his Master of Sciences, Production of Technology in 2010 to 2012 in Technische University, Berlin. And yes, very good experience heading the various departments in Institute of Machine Tools and Factory Management, IWF, Berlin, Germany. He was the head of the group Microproduction Technology from October 2015 to June 2017. He was head of a group machinery and metrology department from January 2014 to September 2015. And he currently heads the department or head of a chair, Machine Tools and Technologies for Additive Manufacturing of Precise and Metallic Components, Technische University, Berlin. Sir, over to you, sir. Welcome and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a great introduction. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank you for having me. It's my great pleasure to be part of the show, and I would like to thank the whole organization team for structuring organization this great conference. So this is very great, and I love to be part of the show. And maybe next year we can see each other in personal, live at the stage, and I'm looking forward to this. So I would like to talk about additive manufacturing today, and I named this presentation recent advance in precision additive manufacturing of metal parts. So my name is Julian Pold, and I would love to be in touch with you all guys via LinkedIn. So if there are any questions afterwards and so on, please contact me via LinkedIn. I would love to be in contact with you. So, sorry. Let's go ahead. So the motivation in laser powder bed fusion, I would like to talk about laser powder bed fusion today. It's an additive manufacturing technology, and we have different challenges here. For example, we have distortion, which limits the precision. We have different challenges regarding surface roughness, material, powder design, and which is depends on the technology. So we have a lot of challenges to deal with. The manufacturing of functional surfaces requires specific finishing process. I will come to this point in a few minutes, and especially when uneven surface roughness influences the precision of post-processing results, then we need to talk about special precision pre-processing technology and post-process. And in addition, which you can see here on the upper right picture, a large number of components and parts require the so-called support structures. And these support structures have to be machined afterwards in the post-processing process, which is requires a lot of effort and gains a lot of costs. So here we have the influencing factors in the pre-processing, in the in-process part, and also in the post-processing. For example, in the pre-processing, we have the design and itself, the proper position of the CAD model of the part on the build platform, the orientation. We have different powder characteristics and the already named support structures. In the process, we have the machine tool, which is the one one big influence on the process and on the process result. We have different energy sources, different technologies. For example, we have laser powder bed fusion, DED technology, just to name two metal technologies. The clamping system is really crucial. We have recoating mechanisms and also needed inline metrology. And I will talk about it in a few minutes. And in the post-process, we have heat treatment, post-processing technology itself. I've prepared a lot of slides for you with different post-processing technologies. And the last part precision is made in the post-process. We need to focus on this, but we have a lot of influence on the pre-processing side in the process itself, which both influencing the post-process. So here we have an example, complex part design and thermal gradients during the cooling result in part distortion. And this is what we can see here. Just let me switch to the laser pointer. So this is what we can see here. So the whole part lifts up during the process or even after cutting the part from the build platform, and this results in distortion. That's why we have a lot of stresses during different temperature gradient result in a lot of stresses, and this at the end leads to part distortion, what you can see here, which is very crucial and not beneficial for the process. So first time right processes of complex part are not applicable so far. They're not feasible so far. That's a big problem. And a lot of expert knowledge is required to come to, let's say, second time right processes or proper post-processing technologies. So one goal is the distortion compensated manufacturing of complex parts with a minimum of iteration cycles. And we applied together with the company Zeiss a so-called brick strategy. So starting with the CAD model, there are currently very well-known digital manufacturing twins, which lead to a compensated CAD model. So we have a model with let's call it pre-distortion. Yeah, there's a deflection which is applied due to the digital manufacturing process. And after the manufacturing process, we get a part which is almost good, but it just doesn't fit the requirements very well. So we need to measure the results, of course, and then we will apply precision precision compensated CAD model, which has a lot of more distortion in it to make sure that we can manufacture distortion compensated part which fits to the requirements. So in that case, even for complex processes, by the use of the brick strategy and the developed software, we can achieve second time right processes even for complex parts. So if we are not able to apply this software for very special parts, or if the software is not available, we designed a machine integrated clamping technology for part referencing. So I would like to focus on this part. So the state of the art the operator needs to clamp a part manual. It needs a calibration, alignment, and a correction process. So in general, this leads to up to three or more than 3 iteration steps, and the required time is up to 8 hours. Just to speak in general. So with an operator independent and increased precision alignment system, we came up with the result a fully automated acquisition and alignment of the part, which just need one iteration step. And in general, or at the end, we came up with a time reduction up to 98%. So what's the whole arrangement of this? You can see here a picture of it. This is designed especially for 3-axis milling or 3-axis grinding machine tools. That you can see here in this picture, that we added an XYZ stage and different cameras. So the cameras focusing on the part and taking the actual geometry, compare it with the CAD model, and performing a best fit. And this will lead to some control instruction when the part will be aligned very proper according to the best fit compensation. So this works fully automated and needs no operator for the whole realignment process. So this is a big step towards to bring additive manufacturing into industry and into complex process chains. The second thing is additive manufacturing enables the production of very complex parts with a lot of complex surface angles. You can see here, for example, a burner head. This is a burner head from a gas turbine, and this has a lot of complex surface angles. And you can see, or what you may not know, is that different surface angles lead to different surface roughnesses on the surface. So this is very, very important when it comes to the post-processing part. So we have inhomogeneous surface roughness, and these are influencing the precision on non-surface discrete finishing process. This is very, very crucial and a very important topic. So let me explain this. So we have different skins, for example, the down skin, which you can see here on the left-hand side, and the up skin, which you can see on the right-hand side. So on the down skin means that we build a part and powder is below this part. And on the up skin, that means that the part is below the powder. So, and this is, okay. So the layer formation and the part formation is like this for the down skin and like this for the up skin. So this leads to different properties and, for example, or especially to different conditions on the workpiece. So when we talk about down skin surfaces, so we have influencing on this, on the layer, for example, on layer 2, while we are producing layer 3. That's completely different to the upskin surface because, for example, the laser beam and laser powder bed fusion doesn't influencing this part very much. So we need to design, or we need to develop the special technology to bring up or bring down to homogeneous the surface roughness. This is what you can see here. So we investigated 30 degrees, 60 degrees, and minus 60 degrees, different examples for up and down skin surface. And you can see here on this diagram that the surface roughness from approximately 160 micron can be reduced to I don't know, let's okay, the biggest spread was here just about 70 micron, and you can see that the biggest spread after the performing a special technology can be reduced to around 25 micron. And this ensures that if we apply a non-surface discrete post-processing technology, that the surface roughness has a good homogeneity. That's very important. This is the basis for post-processing for the production of precision parts. It's very crucial to have a homogeneous surface roughness. This is ensured here by this technology development. The next thing is, we can see here on the right and the upper bottom, on the upper picture, a cross section of a structural part. So we have the base material and, for example, the pores. And these pores lead to material failures, which you can see on the bottom picture here. This is, a very bad situation. We need to make sure that our part was machined proper. And for this, we designed a self-optimization production of defect-free precision parts. So, and the overall solution is like this. We developed we added a laser module here, a phototransistor on the other part. In preliminary investigations, we came up with a solution that the welding fume gives us a very good indication about the machining result. So we installed this laser module with a phototransistor just to gather the fume information. So we have additional gas opening here, and number 4 is the powder bed where the part is produced. So here we have the methodology for the quantification of the welding fumes. The first one is the detection of the signal. We have to apply different filters to get to the output signal, but with the output signal we have a very good correlation between the fume intensity and the resulting part quality. So, for example, we can see here some pictures, some pictures with high defects and with low defects, and you can see here also the amplitude spectra just in comparison with the base signal with high defects and the low defects. So this works very well without an operator, just on AI, just on the basis of AI. Sorry. So now I would like to come to the last topic of my presentation. As you already know, the parts with laser powder bed fusion can be machined in a very accurate way. For example, you can see this part here, but the density is very low. And we can also machine parts with a higher density, up to, let's say, 98%. But the quality in terms of accuracy is very low. So, of course, there is a correlation between the density and the shape accuracy. And it's a big question how both influence the post-processing of these additive manufactured parts. So we applied diamond burnishing. I will show you in a few seconds the process. And we applied diamond burnishing, and first of all, we could figure out that there is a big influence on the surface roughness and the relative density. So you can see here the correlation. So the surface roughness decreases when the density increases. So this is the first correlation we figured out, and there is a strong, very, very strong correlation between the successful diamond burnishing for post-processing and the initial state. So you can see here the result of specimen VB1. The surface is very smooth compared to the specimen DB4, where the arithmetical mean deviation or arithmetical mean roughness is shown here compared to DB1, where the parts or the properties are shown here. So this is very, very important to know to design a special process. So we have the influencing factors, arithmetical mean deviation, and the density. So, and what is very, very unique at the for diamond burnishing? At the initial state, we have stress. That's was around 100 newtons per square millimeter. And with applying diamond burnishing, we can apply pressure on the part, on the surface, let's go on the boundary surface to the part, which is very beneficial for a lifetime. And let's call mechanical loaded parts. This is very, very unique, very special, because all other post-processing processes leads to distortion because they subtract material, and subtract material means the internal stresses lead to distortion. It's very bad, and this is very unique for the diamond burnishing process, that we can apply stress in terms of pressure. Very beneficial for the lifetime of the process. So you can see here a picture of the diamond burnishing process. We have a diamond tip, a spring here, and the relative movement between the workpiece and the diamond burnishing tool. And we can also apply different forces, which also leads to different arithmetic mean deviation or arithmetic mean roughness. And you can see here that the process force of 140 Newton is very beneficial to the process result in terms of the RA volume. And you can see also, I would like to go some things back here. So you can see that we are able to achieve arithmetical mean deviation or mean roughnesses below 10 micron. So this is very good for additive manufacturing, and you can see that we are below 2 micron for the RA value. Same thing for the engagement. We have different engagements here. From the initial state, from 5 micron to 20 micron, you can see that the process window for all process parameters is very, very small, but leads to very good results. And at the end, we are not only talking about surface roughness, we are talking about shape accuracy. This is very important when it comes to real production processes. And you can see here that we also investigated the shape accuracy, and we are able to machine parts, additive manufacturing parts, with preloaded residual stress on the surface with the shape accuracy below 10 micron. And this is very unique with these parts. I would call these parts precision additive manufacturing parts with very good mechanical properties. So, of course, it needs a dedicated technology to produce and machine parts with this process chain. First of all, we need a proper laser powder bed fusion process. That's what I already showed you right at the beginning of this topic block here. And we need to apply special diamond burnishing technology. And here you can see a picture how the process should be applied. So we have an outer area with relatively low density and an inner area with higher density to get the best of both worlds. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude, or let me summarize this speech the last minutes. So at the end of my speech, I would clearly point out that the AM process requires specific post-processing technology, and there are complex interactions between the surface roughness, the precision, and the technology itself. Special laser powder bed fusion leads to hard distortion to pores. A digital manufacturing twin can compensate a lot of bad properties, a lot of bad results, but we need also distortion compensation afterwards. Machine integrated metrology can also beneficial the process, the precision manufacturing in the whole process chain. And we need a special technology for post-processing, especially when it comes to diamond burnishing and precision parts. Ladies and gentlemen, it was my great pleasure to give you this speech here. I guess we are now open for questions. And when it comes to research activities abroad, when you would like to exchange students or have by yourself a semester in Berlin, please let me know, contact me via LinkedIn. It would be my great pleasure to be in contact you. And I guess now the floor is open for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Julian, for giving insights in various technologies used in additive manufacturing. It is great pleasure to hear you. So, okay, thank you. Thank you for joining.
It was my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We don't have any questions, Julian. So the next we have from Texas Review on higher studies, how things will have to be taken up after your graduation. Texas Review can take up. You can take up the diet. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Okay.
But I can't connect my laptop.
No, they are connecting directly. Coming on to display.
And who will control?
Where is the control? Okay. Or if you want your person to control that, your person to control that, they will control. Or I ask any of your colleagues to control. Okay, we can start.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Anjana Jain from Texas Review, and we are here today to talk about abroad education. what kind of countries are available for you to do your masters in, if anybody is looking for it here. So before I start explaining how the process works, I just want to know which class are you guys in, which year are you studying in right now? All of you are from third year? Second year, third year? Mixed. Okay, okay. So why I'm asking you is because for each of you in every year, you will have a different timeline to start from. And I will explain when do you have to start with the process. So anybody here looking for studies abroad? Okay. So mainly which countries are you guys looking for? Can I get a shout out of the countries? Canada. Okay. Canada 1. US, Germany. Okay. Any other countries? Australia. Okay, sure, nice. So why I'm asking you this is because as per the requirement of your specified country, I will explain the details to you on the basis of that. So the presentation is ready and we will start with it right now. Where am I supposed to? Okay. So you can see a slide of profile parameters here. So what happens is when you're looking at the universities, right, the internationally recognized universities, there are a few parameters that the universities will look at while evaluating your profiles. So like a few of you said that you're interested in Canada, USA, Germany, Australia. So all of these universities so all of these countries that you will apply in, or the universities that you will apply in, they are internationally recognized universities. So they have specific standards or specific documents that are required where they will evaluate your profiles on an generic international basis. Okay. So it's not just you from India who is applying. There will be lots of thousands of students from different countries who will be applying in these universities. And this is a specific list of the parameters that the universities will be looking at. The first one is your GRE, GMAT or ELP scores. Anybody has come across GRE, GMAT right now? Anybody preparing for it? Okay, so GRE, GMAT are the aptitude exams that you have to go through when you are applying in any of the internationally recognized universities. So what happens is, like, you have GATE exam here and other entrance exams for your master's program. When you're applying in a college and a university, there, if you're applying for internationally recognized universities, you take up exams like GRE and GMAT. So GRE is for the students who are looking to continue their studies in the science field, and GMAT is for the students who are looking to do any kind of management programs. And there is one more scores that you can see here, which is ELP scores. So ELP is an English language proficiency test, another mandatory test that you have to go through. So the scores of that test will be valid for 2 years. And this is basically taken because we are not an English spoken country natively. We have different mother tongues and we do not speak English as a mother tongue or anywhere else. natively, and that is why we're supposed to take English language proficiency exam as one of the mandatory exams. So the universities will look at the minimum scores or the required scores for these exams. Then they will look at your CGP or percentage. Any of you looking to migrate abroad for studies, I would recommend you to have anything above 60% because you will be eligible for all the universities. And if you're looking at top ranked universities, then anything above 85% will be required. And you are suggested to have as less backlogs as possible. So backlogs is basically the number of attempts you've taken to clear a subject, or the number of subjects it's shown in your mark sheet once after you finish your entire studies. So whatever the number mentioned on your transcript as a backlog. So anything that you've taken more than one attempt to clear, right, that will count as a backlog. And a lot of universities accept at around like about 5 to 10 backlogs. But if you're looking at top ranked universities, then anything lesser than 2 or 4 will be required. And next one that the universities will look at will be your educational background. So by educational background, they mean what bachelor's degree you've done. So because when you are choosing your master's program, they always look at what bachelor's program you've done, and that has to match your master's program. Say you've done bachelor's in computer science engineering and then you want to do master's in mechanical engineering, that will be a little difficult. Most of the universities do not accept it. So they will match your profile with your educational background as well. And okay, so you can see something called statement of purpose here. So statement of purpose is a statement, personal statement that you write to the university, stating why you want to study a particular course in that university and about your profile. What have you done in your bachelor's, academic wise, non-academic wise? Why are you interested in a particular subject? What drives you to go to that particular country and study a particular course there? So everything about your profile will be there in the statement of purpose. So this statement is around 800 to 1000 words. It's a Word document where you pitch into the university in simple words about yourself and tell them why you're a right fit for that course in that university. And apart from that, recommendation letters from your professors will be required. Not just from your professors, but if you've done any internships, you can get it from your team lead or managers or anyone from your workplace stating that you're also interested in practical aspect of whatever you're studying in the college. So these are the profile parameters that the universities will look at. Profile parameters are the parameters that the university will evaluate or judge your profile on to see your eligibility in that particular course and the particular university. Okay, so when you are applying or looking or researching about these universities, there are a few things that you will have to know predominantly. So this is one of them. So application cycle means the time starting from your application when you submit an application in university until your visa is done. So this entire process covers application cycle. So like I have mentioned here, you can see USA takes about 9 months. So the application cycle of USA is 9 months. If any of you is looking to apply in the next intake, say, which will be September 23, then you will have to start with your application process right away, maximum by January, to get done with your visa process by August. So that will be a very smooth process, because in this cycle, what happens is the first step will be for you to submit your application. The second step will be for you to wait for the university to give you the offer letter or their decision. And the university takes about 1 or 3 months, between 1 to 3 months, to get back regarding how your profile is and what decision they've made on your application. After that, you will have to go through financial process, which is telling the university you have enough funds to study and survive in a particular country. And you have to go through a visa process, because we are applying in abroad countries. Every country will have their own visa process that you will have to go through, and their approval also has a time limit. So few countries take about 30 days, few get back in about 15 days. So considering all the timelines, we've mentioned the application cycle here for each of the countries. So on the basis of which year you are in and what university or country you're looking for, you can go through this slide for your reference and start with your application process as and when required. The first step for you to do when you start thinking about abroad education, or when you know which kind of country or university you have to go through, will be the test preparation. So like I told you, there are 2 entrance tests that you will have to go through before you submit your application to the universities. And I will explain that to you in detail. So the first one will be an aptitude test. So aptitude test has 2 tests in that. You will have to take either of them, not both of them. So the first one is a GRE test, where anybody who's looking to continue their studies in science field, you will have to go through GRE as your entrance exam. And it is scored out of 340. 310 and above is a good score. If you're looking at top ranked universities, then 325 out of 340 will be required. Anybody who's looking for a management program will have to go through GMAT, and GMAT is scored out of 800. Anything above 650 is considered to be a good score. Now, both of these exams have a result validity of 5 years. Irrespective of which year you are in right now, you can take your exam. And while you're making an application, or when you're in your 3rd year, you will start with your application process. So your scores will still be valid then. And the second kind of exam that you have to go through is an ELP test, which is an English language proficiency test. Again, you have 3 options to choose from here. The first one is IELTS, and then TOEFL, and then PTE. IELTS is generally accepted throughout the world in any universities that you will be looking for, irrespective of the country. USA, UK, Canada, Australia, everybody will accept it. And TOEFL is majorly accepted in USA, and PTE is majorly accepted in Australia. Now, all these 3 exams have their minimum scoring for you to cross if you have to be eligible to be applying in any of these universities. So for IELTS, it's scored out of 9. 6.5 will be the minimum score generally for most of the universities. TOEFL is scored out of 120. 90 will be required as your minimum score. And PTE is scored out of 90. 53 will be the minimum score required. For your ELP exams, the result validity is of 2 years. So if you are in your 3rd year or your 2nd year right now, you can take the exam. Okay, so once you have your results of GRE or GMAT and your ELP exams, then we will go ahead and see the shortlisting of the universities. So basically, you will be looking for a lot of countries in the beginning, or you will probably be looking at one country. So out of that one country, how do you understand which university is the best for you? There will be a lot of universities which will be available, and a lot of courses are given by each of the universities. So how will you understand which course and which country will be the best for you? Once you've understood that, how will you understand which university do you have to opt from out of hundreds and thousands of the universities that are available? So what we do is, as a consultant, we match your profiles with the university's requirements and your requirements as well. Like mentioned here, we will see what course and country preference. So this is as per the student, and we will see the eligibility criteria of the university. So out of 100 of universities available, which university's profile matches your profile? So that is on the basis of a few criteria. That will be on the basis of your educational background, your profile, meaning how much percentage you have in your bachelor's, and your test scores, which is your English language proficiency test and GRE or GMAT test. And we will see, as per the student perspective, if you have any location preference. So if your friends and family are staying in any city and you want to study there, you can also choose that. And we will see the budget preference also, because every country has an upper limit and lower limit of the budget when you're looking at these countries. So generally talking about it, UK or European countries have the least budget, and USA has the most budget. So on the basis of what your budget is, we will suggest the country and the university, and also the scholarship options that you're looking for. So these are internationally recognized universities, and they get public grants from their government to give scholarships to the international students. So if you apply a little prior, before the priority deadlines, you will be eligible for a lot of scholarships as well. So if you're particularly looking for any scholarships, then we will assist you with that also. So once the shortlisting of the universities is done, I explained you the application cycle a while ago. This is what has been mentioned here. So that entire application process will take about 9 months, for example, for USA. And this is the application process that you will have to go through for that 9 months. So the first step for us will be to collect all the documents that are required for the application process. So that will be your academic documents, your 10th, 12th mark sheets, your degree mark sheets. And then there will be additional documents that you will have to submit to the university, like statement of purpose, letter of recommendation, your passport, resume, and all of that. So all of those documents will be collected. And then on behalf of you, we will be making your application or submitting it to the university that we will be shortlisting. And once we have applied in the university, we will wait for them to give a decision on your application. So if they think that your profile matches their course, then they will give you an offer letter. Once you receive the offer letter, you will have to go through a financial process. Like I told you earlier, you will have to submit your proof of funds, that is your tuition fee expenses and living expenses. You will have to show that you have enough money to study there. And then we will go through the visa process. So every country has a visa process. We will assist you on how to go ahead with the visa process for that particular country, because there are a lot of policies when it comes to the visa process. You cannot miss a single document, or you cannot miss a single line when you're in the interview, because on the basis of your interview and on the basis of your documents is how you will get your visa. So that is one of the important steps that you have to go through, and the last step that you have to go through. Once your visa is done, you can fly to your desired country. So talking about the company that I come from, the company is Texas Review, and we have been in the industry for around 15 years now. We majorly deal with overseas education and immigration. So basically study visas, work visas, or PR visas, which is permanent resident visas as well. For you, we will be able to help you with your preparation for the test. We give coaching for GRE, GMAT, and any of the LP tests as well. So if anybody is looking for the coaching, you can contact us. We generally train about 30,000 students every year, and more than 50,000 students have gone through different countries like USA, UK, Canada, Germany, and Australia through our consultancy or through our company. And the growth is really good. We cater to everybody's needs. So if you want to take classes on the weekdays or weekends, online or offline, and in terms of application process, you name the country, we will do the application process for you. So that is about the company. And I have mentioned contact details here. If anybody wants to note it down and get in touch with us, we are here right now if you want to talk to us and understand about your profile. Otherwise, if you have any other doubts later, you can contact on this number. Anybody has any doubts? Okay, thank you so much.
So thank you, Texas Reviewer. What is that? What is the name of the company? Texas Review. BWork students, after Saturday after onwards, when you come to college, you're not going to bother me about, ma'am, how do we go to out of country? So all the information is given by Texas Review for you people. I thank Texas Review for sponsoring the event. I request Dr. Vinayak to felicitate Texas Review. So, Texas Review. So thanking Texas Review, we'll go to the technical sessions. We have 3 parallel technical sessions. In Gallery Hall 2, we have paper ID 39, 77 and 121. I repeat, Gallery Hall 2, ground floor of A block. We have paper ID 39, 77 and 121. Dr. Arun and Dr. Tina will be the session chairs. In this room, Canopy Hall, we have paper ID 102, 15, 63, 91, 127. So here we have paper presentations which is online, which will be telecasted over here. 102, 15, 63, 91, 127. So Rupam sir and Vishwanath will be the track chairs over here. And in Gallery Hall 3, we have paper ID 182, 196, 122. Dr. Shahina and Dr. Bhavani will be the track chairs in Gallery Hall 3. Apart, paper sessions and tea break will go parallelly. So you can grab your cup of tea and go for the paper presentation. At 5 o'clock, we'll be starting the cultural evening. So you can grab your tea and go for the paper presentations. Others can sit here for the paper presentation.
Hello. So we'll be starting the session now. Yeah, I'm Dr. Vishnathan, faculty in DSU. So we have paper IDs 102, 15, 63, 91, and 127. So you can acknowledge your presence in the chat box. Yeah. So first we'll start with paper ID 102. Medical insurance fraud detection based on blockchain and deep learning approach by Vijay Kumar Sethi from Vardhaman College of Engineering, Hyderabad. Yeah. Vijay Kumar, are you able to hear, sir?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I am audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I start right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, respected session chairs, my dear authors and audience. So I am Vijay Kumar Sethi, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Vardhaman College of Engineering. So here I am going to present the paper, Medical Insurance Fraud Detection using Blockchain and Deep Learning Approach. Here in this paper, my co-authors are Dr. Devavrata Singh and Dr. Prakash Kumar Sarangi. So, so here I am going to present this paper, and in my paper I want to I am going to discuss the introduction part, then problem statement, then existing statement, existing system and proposed system, and result and conclusion and future works. These are the outline of my paper. So before going to the medical fraud detection, first of all, we have to discuss about the traditional medical insurance system. So in traditional medical insurance system, the expenses in the medical sector is decided by the different hospitals. So whenever we are going for treatment in different hospitals, so different hospitals are charging different amounts, and which is more expensive for a patient. So that's why to avoid that problem, we are going for a single digit payment system. So here in single digit payment system, what we are going to do is, so for a particular disease, so one particular amount is decided, and for any hospital, if you are going for any hospital for that for the treatment of that disease, so that much of amount will be paid for a particular disease. So here in single disease payment mechanism, a fixed amount of standard is determined by the disease. The insurance company, the insurance company has to pay that much of amount for the treatment of the particular disease. So here again, when we are going for single digit payment method, here again fraud, there is a chance of fraud. So in single disease payment model, different diseases are identified with different codes. So according to that code, the price or the amount is being fixed. So here some lower cost diseases are there and some higher cost diseases are there. So here how they are doing the fraud is like they are changing the low cost disease code with another high cost disease code, and they are proposing a high amount of money from the insurance company. So to avoid this type of fraud, so we are designing this model. In this model, what we are doing, we are basically using two technology we are using. One is our deep learning concept we are using. Another is another concept we are using, that is known as your blockchain technology. So here to implement this technology, we are using two basic things. One is our here we are using two things. One is our chip complaint and another is your ICD code. These are the two things we are using as input for this model, and finally in this model we are getting the output whether the insurance company has to pay the amount or they have to go for audit. So if the system is saying that the everything is going correctly, then they will pay the insurance amount. If there is anything any wrong thing is happening, so they will go for audit. So that's why here two important factors are there. One is our chip complaint and another is your ICD code. So here this is the total model which we have designed for this paper. So in this paper, two things are there. One is your chip complaint. So this chip complaint is described by the doctors in a particular hospitals. The chip complaint consists of the symptom of the disease and the duration of the problems, etc. So these are the information which is given by the doctors. And another thing is our ICD code. This is known as your International Classification of Disease, which is generated by the WHO. The WHO has generated different codes for different diseases. Now, in this model, the chip complaint will be inserted in the system, and according to the description of the chip complaint, so the ICD code will be generated. So when the ICD code will be generated, again we have to store that ICD code in the blockchain model to avoid any type of tampering in that ICD code. So as I have told you, they are doing the tampering means they are using the using high code disease with they're changing the low code disease with the high code disease. That's why if we will store that in the blockchain technology blockchain, so no one can tamper the data. So actually this ICD code is designed by the World Health Organization, and the ICD code for the for each disease is categorized depending upon certain conditions like pathology, etiology, anatomical location, and clinical manifestation. So depending upon these criteria, the ICD code for a particular disease is being generated. And in the blockchain, whenever we are storing the data, the medical from the medical, the doctor will store the chip complaint in that blockchain. Again, the ICD codes will be stored in that blockchain. Again, the insurance company, they can also access all these ICD code along with the chip complaint, and they can decide whether the ICD codes are correct or any tampering is there or not. So this is the total model we have designed. And this is the diagram of our blockchain technology. Here different nodes are there. In different nodes, different persons are available. In one node, doctor is storing their chip complaint, and another regulatory agency, they are also present in another node. Medical insurance company, they are also present in another node. So in different node, different data we are storing, and they can access the data without with a high security. So that means no tampering can be done in the data set. So here the explanation of the blockchain diagram is given in this blockchain. So basically we protect the data. That means we have to protect the data by anti-tampered, anti-repudiation, security, and integrity blockchain technology. We are using this blockchain technology. So these are the two technology we are using for detecting the fraud in the health insurance sector. So actually here we are using seven types of deep learning technology which will classify the chip complaint and it can classify for which code the particular disease is for. So for that, one classification model we are using, that is text CNN characters, text CNN words. Then another is your deep pyramid CNN, text RNN, and we are using HAN network fast test. And another last model we are using, that is label embedding attentive model. So these are the seven models we are using in our paper, which can classify classify and generate the ICD code for different disease depending upon the chip complaint. So here these are the description which models we are using. And for testing of this classification model, we have taken following data set from two hospitals, that is Hospital A and Hospital B. So here in this data set, we have stored different records, so Hospital A, here it is storing 1,98,810 data sets. And here actually this model is basically doing the NLP, natural language processing. So whenever we are inputting any chip complaint, so by using the natural language processing, it is generating the ICD code and it is matching that ICD code with the particular disease. So here we have taken so many carry maximum, what is in medical hospital 1, here we are taking the chip complaint maximum length is 38. In hospital B we are taking that as 25, and here minimum chip complaint length is 2, and in hospital B also that is 2. Again we are taking average length of chip complaint, that is 12. So in this way we are dividing the data set, and the total data set is divided into 3 parts. One is your training data set, then another is your validation data set, and another is your testing data set. So here we are using for hospital A, we are using 1,38,821 data set as training data set. So we are training that from the above 7 models by using this number of data set. Again we are doing the validation by taking this much of data set, and again finally we are testing the model with the following data sets. So these are the data sets we are using for training and testing. So in this graph, it is showing for the 7 different models. So we have taken different parameters to check the accuracy of the model. So here we have taken three parameters. One is your precision, another is your recalls, and another is your F1 score. So different models are showing different accuracy level. So this diagram is showing the accuracy level of hospital 1 data set, and this is another diagram is there which is displaying the data set accuracy of the hospital B data set. So these are the comparison. Different models are showing different accuracy. We have taken only 3 parameters. So now in the above 7 models, so the HNN is showing the highest accuracy compared to the other models. So here we can take HAN model as a role model to identify the fraud using in the health care sector. So these are the reference, and here the future works we can do. So here we have taken only data set of 2 different hospitals. We can use the data set of more hospital for training the models. And another thing we can design in future also, we can enhance some, we can use some more deep learning concept to detect the fraud using deep learning concept. So these are the reference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the. Thank you very much for the presentation, sir. We'll
Thank
have
you,
a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You have used NLP, you said, for generating code, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
What processing, what natural language processing you're doing there for generating this code? How are you generating that?
Actually, when the doctors, they are writing the symptoms and they are writing the condition, duration of the problem. So different languages are used for different languages are used in different hospitals. So here we have just taken the English language, and that can be tested using any other language. We can use Chinese language, we can use any other language, and we can train the model. So only here in this model, we have used only the English language and for processing that, for training the model.
So to understand the language, you're using NLP, not to
Yes.
generate the code.
Yes, actually, different doctors, they are writing different languages, and that languages should be processed using that NLP model, different model, and that after processing those models, we can generate the code. Actually, the codes are already there, and we have to just match which code is matching to which ICD code. Accordingly, the price for the disease, for the treatment of the disease can be specified.
Okay, but how can you decide on a single disease? Because each disease has got different level of complications. So for one disease, how you can say that even if I take cancer, you have different levels of complications. You cannot fix a price X if I just say a person is diagnosed with cancer. So how will your model work there?
So, okay, ma'am, different diseases are there. So when different diseases are there, for different diseases, different codes are there. For so suppose for cancer, some here again, cancer is divided into many types of cancer, like breast cancer, liver cancer. So many types of cancers are there. So actually, for different diseases, different cancer diseases, different codes are being there. WHO, the WHO, they have generated different codes, ICD code for different diseases.
No,
So
I understood. What I'm saying is, even if you take a single type of cancer, say breast cancer, in that the level of the, the severity of the disease varies from patient to patient. So you
Yes,
cannot
ma'am.
say that X is the amount for all patients coming with breast cancer. According to your model, you say that if it is a single disease, you are fixing X as a price, which cannot work in all these diseases, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, ma'am. For a particular disease, we are fixing a particular price. Suppose breast cancer means this is the price we are fixing.
No, but that will not work, right? Because if I have stage 1, the treatment is different, the expense will be different. Stage 2, the expense will be different. So I cannot fix a price for one disease in general, is what
Yes. Yes, ma'am. For again, we can fix the price for stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. Different prices we can fix.
Have you compared this with any other data set, any online data set, your work?
So these two data sets I have taken from Kaggle, and I have implemented that in this model.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will move on to the next paper ID, 15.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
The paper ID is 15, Dr. Dinesh.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
From the Shastra University.
Yes, sir. Shall I share the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The title is Bayesian Estimates to Determine the Trade and Forex Services Offered by New Generation Banks. Over to Dr. Dinesh.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very good afternoon to one and all gathered here for this presentation. I'm Dr. Dinesh from Shastra University School of Management. I'm going to present a topic on the Bayesian estimates to determine the trade-related services offered by new generation banks. Especially in this particular study, I have taken new generation bank So in that introduction, I'm going to explain what are the set of services being offered by New Generation Bank, how this study is being carried out, and what are the phases, different phases in which this study was carried out. I'm going to explain. So let's start with the abstract. I'm just telling the purpose of taking this particular study. This particular study is for estimating the impact of factors which are determining the marketing strategies for trade and forex related services, especially those services offered by the new generation banks. First one. The second one, what type of methodology is being adopted by me for conducting this particular study? I have this study is a nature of descriptive research, is about the statistical research, is measuring the characteristics of variable. The purpose in which this study belongs to the descriptive research design, and I have chosen the sampling design. For the sampling technique, I have chosen as cluster sampling. The cluster sampling is adopted for this particular study, where the different segment of banking, I have taken only one specific segment, what we call it as trade and forex related services across the different sectors of banking. What we can say the public sector, private sector bank, where I have chosen only the new generation banks. For that purpose, I have taken this particular research design. Then move on to the findings. What are the major findings of this particular study is focusing, where the completion of this study, it reveals that the banks are showing a sincere interest to solve the problem of consumer. Almost the majority of the respondents, majority of the people who pin that on this particular aspect, there are factors are influencing, which influencing the loyalty by 74%. It means the usage of technology, as well as the factors determining the trade and forex related services, which can influence the level of loyalty among the consumer, which is estimated about 0.74. It means the 74% of influence is being estimated on this. And the practical implication, what is the purpose in this particular study is going to be conducted? What is the relevance to the industry? While you can take example of a banking industry, what is the relevance to the banking industry? Why this study has conducted? So this study is estimating the impact of factors which help the new generation banks while formulating their marketing strategies. What are the things that they need to focus more in order to attract the customers? So the purpose in which this study was conducted. So this is about the practical implication of this study and the original values. So what is the thing, especially on the novelty of this particular research, I have been taken on this particular study. So the majority of the studies are conducted in this particular area. That I can first acknowledge that it is like the studies are conducted to describe the characteristics of bank, describe the quality of service offered by the bank, describe the awareness, level of awareness among the bank, the services offered by the bank. Likewise, the kind of studies being conducted, but none of the study is conducted with a specific focus towards the new generation banks. One thing as a novelty, what I have been taken on my study. Second important aspect why I have chosen this particular study. This study is primarily focusing on one particular segment of service, because the banker is offering n number of services. N number of services is being offered, but I have chosen one specific service, what we call it as trade and forex related service. So that is what I just have mentioned here as a novelty of this particular study, and what I can have pre-process and post analysis is being conducted. Pre-analysis during the pilot study, process. During the process, analysis is being deployed, factor analysis, exploratory factor, and structural equation modeling is applied. And the post-analysis, it is estimated that how the present model, a formulated statistical model, how far it is able to estimate the future aspect. It is applicable for the 20 lakh population, how it is going to work. Because I have taken 390 sample based on the sample standard deviation, what it is available. Yes.
So the slides are not moving.
Yes, sir. Just I'm explaining within the slide itself.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Sure. So the 390 is only taken. So the first phase is about the pre-study for 30 sample during the pilot study. During the study, I have chosen 390 samples I have collected. Post-study is predicting for 20 lakhs population. The purpose in which this study is taken. So that is what I hear it is mentioned as what is the original value, the novelty in this particular study. It is a kind of a comprehensive and analytical study which made an effort to understand the trade and forex related services offered by New Generation Bank. And there are some keywords that I have given here, like the forex services, the foreign exchange services, New Generation Banks, and digital initiatives given by the New Generation Banks are such keywords I just have given here. Let's come to the introduction of my study is about focusing on the marketing strategies of New Generation Bank. Let's understand about what is New Generation Bank, because we have different structures of banks, the banking system that we have taken. Specifically, I have chosen the New Generation Bank, which the special legislation have been passed by the Reserve Bank of India after 1993. It means after the implementation of new economic policy into India, such regulation is being focused. For that, there are about the 10 banks granted a license to start under the category of New Generation Banks, including Kotak Mahindra Bank, Yes Bank, the HDFC, ICICI banks. Those banks are coming under this particular category. I have taken samples from those banks, the representation from those banks I have taken. Why I have selected this particular study, the reason behind the selection of a New Generation Bank, because it's an emerging bank, technology edged bank, even compared to the public sector bank, even compared to the old private sector bank. The new private sector banks are otherwise called it as New Generation Banks or technology edged banks. They are offering a kind of a technology in accordance with the requirement, in accordance with the regulations on the market, satisfying the requirement of consumer in different sector of banking services, including the retail sector, including the kind of services is being provided for the business class people, including the kind of services especially provided for the trade and forex related services. So what is trade and forex related services? Like I just explained what is trade related services and forex related services. The kind of credit is extended to the enterprises, the entrepreneurs or the enterprises, either maybe in the form of micro enterprises or small enterprises, or maybe a medium enterprises, medium-sized enterprises. For those, the services is being provided by the banking sector, what we call it as trade-related services. In case they are offering a kind of overdraft facility, in case they are offering a kind of cash credit facility, that comes under the category of trade-related services. The forex-related services, what they are offering, basically they are offering the support for export-related activity, offering the support, banks are offering a support for import-related activities and other trade-related activities, other trade-related services they are offering. So these services I have taken, only I have chosen for this particular study, because these are the major services offered, but the customer are not aware of such kind of services. So I have chosen from the banker's perspective, how these services are being offered and what are the problems that they are facing while offering these services, the purpose in which this study was taken. And I'll move on to the objectives. So I have taken the objective. The first objective is focusing on the profile of the respondents, the profile of the bankers who has responded for this study. Second aspect, to understand the factors which are remains determinants for understanding the trade and forex related services. Third important aspect, how far the model I have taken, how far the model I have proposed for the present study, how it can be useful for the future prospect is going to be measured on this particular study, what I can have in this objectives. Next one. Yes, this is about the methodology what I have chosen for my study. So here I have given the first one. The study is a descriptive research design, because it is describing the phenomena, describing the characteristics of variable. It is whatever the result received, it is actually posted in a nature. So this nature, I have confined this particular research is well fitted into the descriptive research, both primary data and secondary data collected for this particular study. Primary data collected through well-structured questionnaire, predefined pre-tested instrument have been used. It means the reliability, validity, practicality, and normality. It means being tested on those instruments, and those instrument is being used for, again, reconfirming that I have undergone a kind of pilot study. For a pilot study, I have taken 30 samples. The 30 samples can be used to test the instrument, the reliability and validity. Reliability tested using Cronbach alpha. The Cronbach alpha resulted 95.4% of reliability, and the validity is tested. The two different types of validity is tested. One validity is tested with the internal validity using of F-test. Fisher's test is used for this purpose. It is attained the level of significance. And the second method what I have used is the construct validity. Construct validity, for applying the construct validity, I have chosen the KMO uncorrelated test of sphericity. So attained the minimum level, it means 0.8. It means minimum required only 0.6. My study has 0.8. It means whatever the data I have collected, the 390 data I have collected, that enough for proceed with the factor analysis. So these factors can able to estimate the trade and forex related services offered by the new generation bank. The purpose in which this was taken during my pilot study. So the instrument was verified. Then next I have procedure.
Sir, I request you to conclude this in a couple of minutes. We are running out of time.
Sure, sir. Yes. Okay. So that the study was taken, and what I have initially the pilot study, I have taken 30 samples, and based on the sample standard deviation, it is estimated 274.85 samples the respondents required for the study. I have selected 390. I have received 390 response from the respondent. I have used the cluster sampling method. The specific cluster of people I have chosen for the study. The Cronbach alpha is given here for construct-wise for Cronbach alpha. Construct-wise, the reliability is given. So there are 5 factors are influencing this particular study: determination of trade and forex related services, advancement and frequency of using services, perceived service quality, and brand loyalty. And with respect to that, how many number of variables are loaded? There are, in my questionnaire, I have 100 questions. After removing of 6 questions, it is about 100 questions or functional variable to measure the marketing strategies of trade and forex related services with respect to the Cronbach alpha is reported, and what are the statistical tools I have used. Cronbach alpha and for sample size deviation, sample standard deviation, descriptive statistics, ANOVA correlation, regression, exploratory factor analysis, confirmatory factor analysis using AMOS, and Bayesian structural equation modeling is applied. So overall result, this is about the overall result of demographic profile of the banker, what I have chosen in my study. The majority of them are male, with the overall respondents are male, about 65.6%, and the age group 30 to 40 years, so they are working in a bank. It is around 63%. Their educational qualification, majority of the banker in new generation banks, specifically to the trade and forex related services, is about the 80% of them are postgraduates, and they are working in a cadre of assistant managers, and they receive a salary, monthly salary of 50,000 to 75,000 rupees, and the average experience of the people, it is about 5 years. And the next one is focusing. This is about the result of exploratory factor analysis. For the exploratory factor analysis, I have used the Kaiser-Meyer organ test. With that, the minimum required value is 0.6. My study has attained the 0.86. It means over and above, the current sample is enough to proceed with the factor analysis. With that, the factor analysis, I have received 5 different factors are extracted with the number of iteration. Principal component analysis is being used. 27 iteration, the process is converged. So what are those factors? The determination of trade and forex related services, advancement of offering forex services, frequency of using forex related services, perceived service quality, and brand loyalty are those major determinants of trade and forex related services. After that, after this study, I have used the structural equation modeling, where the structural equation modeling, the regression weights are calculated. In this structural equation modeling, the regression weights are calculated. So this can be used. So this pictorial representation, this graphical representation explains that the influencing factor, the determinants of trade and forex related services is a mediation factor which influence the brand.
Hello, excuse me. Actually, the presentation is 10
the level of
5
influence
minutes.
is 91%.
Sir, the presentation is 10 plus 5 minutes. You've already taken 25 minutes. There are other people.
Okay, sure, ma'am. One more minute,
You
I'll
have to
just complete.
conclude in another
Sure. One more minute, I'll just conclude. After this study, this is what estimated for 20,48,000 sample. It is what estimated. With that, it means it is a Bayesian estimate what I have used. So this estimation gives the influencing factor which has the brand loyalty, influencing the brand loyalty by 74%. So tested with the major fitness measures like cement test and RMACA, root mean square error of approximation. Those tests have been conducted. For this, there are few observation, few recommendation what I'm going to give to the banking industry. It is given like those excellent services being provided by the new generation bank, even though there are few things that they need to concentrate on more. What are the things the desk employees, front desk employees should aware of such technology, what they are offering? Because one time when we are visiting the bank, they are not aware of CTS, check truncation system. Even that service is required for the people. It means for the entrepreneur. So such just a kind of recommendation based on the discussion, it is being given there. Okay, so this is about my study. It was conducted. It is 3 different phases. My study was conducted. Any queries or clarification from my presentation? I'll just clarify.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. We'll go to the next paper ID, 63.
Yes, sir. I'm present.
Learnability enhanced framework for autism. Framework to develop learnability of children with autism by Nazmul Hassan.
I'm sharing my screen, sir.
Yeah, can you please share the screen? Yeah, please restrict to the timings of 10 minutes presentation and 5 minutes questions.
Sir, right, sir. Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Yeah.
I'm starting.
You can start your presentation. Thank you.
Respected session chair and audience, good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you all to my presentation. I am Nazmul Hassan, currently pursuing my PhD in Computer Science and Engineering Department at Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, Pune. The title of my study is LIFA, Framework to Develop Learnability of Children with Autism. My presentation will be unfolded as per the sequence flashed on the screen. Children with autism spectrum disorder, in short ASD, suffer from attentiveness, responsiveness, and communication disorder, which is identified within their first 2 years of age. Autism also affects the normal cognitive development of the affected individuals. Thereby, children with autism are slow learners with respect to typically developed children of the same age. The severity level of autism is specified in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, in short DSM, 5th edition. The level 1 severity is specified as requiring support. Requiring substantial support is termed as level 2 severity. And the highest level of severity is declared as level 3, which is marked as requiring very substantial support. ICT-based learning solutions are extensively proposed and used to upskill the children with autism. However, the ICT-based learning solutions need to design based on the specific needs considering the severity level of autism. Moreover, the challenges faced by the children with autism are unique. So, the intervention process for this group of children is a requirement-based task. With this consideration, this study proposes learnability enhancing framework for autism, in short LEFA, which will be addressed as LIFA in my subsequent presentation. Thereby, the objective of this study is threefold. Firstly, identify the relation of learnability with severity level of autism. Secondly, analyze the present uses of technological learning solutions for their intervention process. Thirdly, identify the parameters and consideration to design ICT-based learning solutions. Handful of research efforts have gone in to develop frameworks to enhance the learnability of children with autism. The table lists some of the recent frameworks to upskill the children with autism, where persuasive technology, augmented reality, virtual reality, sensory system evidence, and serious computer games technologies are mentioned. The focused considerations in existing research are intervention techniques along with the target skills. However, there is a need to focus on the effect of autism severity level and learning preferences to their learnability. Thereby, this study focuses into these requirements and proposes an ICT-based framework to enhance the learnability of children with autism, which enables to observe learning preferences with prevailing the severity level of autism. This study has been conducted for 6 weeks in a specialized school for children with autism. Ethnographic approach has been followed to observe and collect the data. The purpose of ethnography was to understand the learning mechanism of ASD affected children in an institutional format and the usage of ICT in their learning process. The frequency of the visit was thrice in a week and 3 hours in a day. All the participants are previously diagnosed with autism, thereby all the participants having AQ10 score more than 6. What is AQ10? I will discuss a little bit later. Most of the participants are male. The observation was performed into 2 groups, 5 to 8 years and 9 to 12 years of age, due to the nature of their learning variations. The demographic of the participants are shown in the table. What approach has been followed to transcribe the recorded data? The researchers have observed the learning sheets or materials and recorded the performance of the participants. The learning actions for the participants are classified into 4 major classes: social communication, cognitive, academic, and daily living skills. The adaptability level of the participants to the new learning approaches is inversely proportional to their severity level of autism, which is shown in the figure. The learning mechanisms and the performance evaluation procedure of the participants found during the ethnographic study were mostly manual. Moreover, the progress records of individual special children have evaluated meticulously, which is mostly depends upon the experience and expertise of the evaluators. The outcomes of ethnographic study have revealed the requirements of an ICT-based framework to enhance the learnability of ASD-affected individuals, considering following aspects. Those are detection of autism severity level, set up required learning actions, evaluation of performance, and identification of individuals' learning patterns. The conceptual framework of LIFA is illustrated in the figure. The LIFA consists of the usability evaluation module, where the learning actions are designed chronologically. The outcomes of the learning module need to be evaluated in terms of performance and learning preferences, which will generate heuristics for the usability evaluation module. The follow-up learning actions need to be designed according to the learning preferences to compare the performance with the previous round. The severity level of autism is a constant input for the system. The parameters of the entities are mentioned on the left side, and the logical framework of LIFA is illustrated in the middle, and the sequence of action to execute the data is illustrated in the rightmost figure. The first module of LIFA is for screening the autism traits of the participants. Autism is identifiable within first 2 years of age of any child. There is no clinical diagnosis of autism, rather based on the observation of the appearance, communication, social behavior, and repetitive behavior by the expert psychologist can predict the autism of the children. The AQ10 consists of a set of 10 questions, where each of the question having 4 options. The parents and the psychologists who can observe in details about the child need to evaluate as per the questionnaire. If the evaluation score is 6 and more, the further specialized diagnosis like childhood autism rating scale or AQ, autism quotient 50, is suggested. The second module of LIFA is to evaluate and record the severity level of autism as per the guidelines of DSM-5 through AQ10 or childhood autism rating scale, where 30 to 33 indicates mild autism, 33.5 to 36.5 indicates moderate level of autism, and 37 to 60 indicates serious level of autism. The third module of LIFA is the main focus of this study, where the ICT-based learning actions are framed for social communication, cognitive, academic, and daily living skills. Each of the actions starts from the elementary level of the learning mechanism, gradually increases up to the advanced level. The computer-assisted instruction, computer-based intervention, picture exchange communication, and video modeling technologies need to use in the intervention process. Here we have defined the set of actions according to the learning actions and their respective developmental scale. Each action set, the appropriate technological intervention method also mentioned, which was revealed from the literature survey through PRISMA method. each level of learning action, performance of the participants need to be evaluated. For any learning action, participants need to achieve a certain result to be promoted into the next higher level. If the evaluation score is equal or above the benchmark, which is mentioned as BM here, the participant will be allowed to participate in the next higher level of the learning actions. The learning preference of the participant need to be evaluated by applying artificial intelligence and machine learning on their performance evaluation. The learning preferences are classified into 4 categories: visual, oral, read, write, and kinesthetic. Appropriate learning approach for individual participant need to apply for the next round for further performance evaluation for each learning action. The evaluation of the performance and the learning behavior of each participant will be stored in a central database where metadata will be used for generating heuristics to identify the learning patterns of the participants. Now I would like to discuss on the present ground and the future scope of this study. The LIFA framework has evolved from the ethnographic study in a specialized school for the children with autism, and the requirements are identified through the thematic approach. The results of the ethnographic study show that learnability is inversely proportional to the severity level of autism. To validate the proposed framework, a multi-agent based persuasive learning application will be developed in future. The application will contain the interactive learning events for the learning actions. The learning behavior will be tracked in both school and home setting with and without the support of the parents and teachers. Along with the learning patterns, the potential physiological and psychological effects on age affected children will also be evaluated. We have already developed a multi-agent based persuasive learning model for children with autism, which is mentioned in reference 2. The development of the application is in process. Again, we have performed research on design consideration for the ICT tabletop learning tool for children with autism, which is mentioned in reference 3, and the development and evaluation of that newly developed tabletop learning tool also conducted, which is mentioned in reference 14.
So please conclude.
Just 30 seconds. Here I am about to end of my presentation. Before that, I would like to summarize my study. The study affects children learning preference varies from one to another due to the challenges of autism. The contribution of this paper is to identify the relationship of the learnability with severity level of autism, which led to propose an ICT-based framework called LIFA to enhance the learnability of children with autism. LIFA is capable, comprises with autism detection, learning preferences, identification, and severity level of autism, and enables artificial intelligence and machine learning to generate the learning patterns of ASD. This framework will facilitate the children with autism and their caregivers to improve the way of life. These are some of the references of this study. And here I have completed my presentation. If you have any query, I will try my level best to clarify, or if you have any kind of suggestion on this study for future scope.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. We'll move on to the next paper ID 91.
Thank you.
Mahaning Indravanti Vijaya.
Okay, thank you very much. My name Ali Gunawan. I will present the paper for analyzing impact of technology, facilitate knowledge creation. Wait a moment. I have a trouble. Wait a moment.
Okay.
My laptop. Wait a moment.
The paper title is Analyzing Impact of Technology Facilitated Knowledge Creation on Student Satisfaction, Distance Learning Education.
But my laptop hang. Wait a moment, I restart my PC. Wait a moment. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Already done.
Yeah, you can go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Please restrict it to the time, sir. 10 minutes of presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Research background. One of the greatest challenge of online learning is to ensure that the knowledge creation process from the learning activity is achieved as the goal of the course. Knowledge creation itself is a process to transform old knowledge into a piece of new and enriched knowledge. The reason for the difficult knowledge creation process is that tacit knowledge cannot be accurate immediately, since it is integrable and become more difficult in distance learning because some of the practice of the knowledge creation processes are completely different from face-to-face education. This research aims to find the impact of the knowledge creation process on student satisfaction in distance learning education, both simultaneous and partial for each knowledge creation cycle. Understanding this relationship will help educators to better plan and manage their online course curriculum and pedagogy by leveraging technology and tools that optimize the knowledge conversion process and lead to increased student satisfaction. Okay, this is the Seki model. Is continuous cycle to generate knowledge by surpassing the limit of the old self into the new self by obtaining a new perspective. The conversion and interaction between explicit knowledge and the tacit knowledge to generate new knowledge is described in 4 different ways: socialization, externalization, combination, and internalization. Okay, this is the theory about the socialization. The socialization process use share experience through daily social communication and cultural activity to transform current tacit knowledge into newfound tacit knowledge. Okay, how about the externalization? It is believed that documenting the result of discussion is one of the effective way to formulate tacit knowledge into the explicit knowledge. In online learning setting, the lecturer could divide students into groups to do assignment or project. From each group meeting or discussion, the team are responsible to upload their outcome in the form of document, report, presentation. Okay, we continue. The internalization is a process of transforming explicit knowledge from a combination process into a new tacit knowledge, which is usually in the form of technical know-how. For example, lecturer can use exam pieces, real-world case study, and in-depth discussion to give chance to students to grasp the new knowledge on the internalization process. And the last one is combination. Combination is process of combining various sources of explicit knowledge to transform a new complex knowledge. In online learning, students can use a learning management system that has a repository about course material and tasks, library, electronic journal, and case study, and learning from the other assignment. Then construct the new knowledge and create them in a new tangible form, such as mind map, report, presentation, essay, and so on. Okay, participants in this research are students from information system major who study information system analysis and design course at Binus University. All the students have similar learning setting and recommended a similar study approach. Participants are given a questionnaire which consists of 5 Likert scale questionnaire range which measure the practice of knowledge creation process using 4 parts of Seki framework, and one open question so that they can explain in detail to what extent the education activity and supporting technology able to support the knowledge creation using Seki framework. Okay, this is the respondent. Female is 20 and male is 70. Okay, this is our research model. A quantitative method using multiple linear regression is performed to test the relationship. Multiple linear regression is a statistical procedure that aims to examine the relationship between a number of independent variables and a dependent variable. In the picture side, we have a 5 hypotheses. Okay, this is the result and discussion. Okay, the result of the simulation effect could be seen in ANOVA table. It shows that the significant F value is 0.000, is lower than the significant level used in this study, 0.05, which lead to conclusion that all Seki components have a positive significant impact on student satisfaction. In other words, the presence of optimum Seki pace could improve student satisfaction in a distant learning education. Okay. Partial regression test. Based on the partial regression testing, it can be concluded that some of the Seki components positively impact student satisfaction and some are not. Socialization and internalization have a significant positive impact, while externalization and combination do not. Okay, this is the result and discussion. Lastly, to help the education in choosing the appropriate technology and tools in a distant learning setting, this paper constructs a learning technology metric. You can see a picture in the side. It's socialization, externalization, combination, and last one is internalization. This activity and technology with using a two picture. Okay. Conclusion: based on the statistical analysis, it is found that the knowledge creation process that is represented using Seki model simultaneously has a significant positive effect on student satisfaction. This means all parts in Seki, socialization, externalization, communication, and internalization are simultaneously able to improve student satisfaction. However, partially, only socialization and internalization that has a significant positive impact on student satisfaction. We indicate these two factors partially could lead to better student satisfaction if it is planned and managed appropriately. Okay, thank you very much for my presentation.
Thank you, sir. So we have one question in this. In the multilinear regression, what are the features that you have considered, sir, in the analysis? I think, yeah. We'll move on to the next paper ID, 127. Intelligent Tutoring System for Moral Philosophy by Shweta Bhatnagar, Faculty of Computer Applications, MRIRS, Faridabad, Haryana. Ms. Shweta Bhatnagar, able to hear?
Yes, good evening, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes. You can start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Very good evening to the panelists, Rupam sir, Vishwanathan sir, my fellow presenters and participants. The topic for my paper is Intelligent Tutoring System for Moral Philosophy. I would like to summarize the background and introduction in one slide where I'm proposing building a learning platform, an automated laboratory for learning moral philosophy. Can computers help us decide right from wrong? Now, I'll quickly browse through and tell you what I did on the research. Initially, I did a study on pedagogies of teaching, and I came up with 4 pillars of digital pedagogy. So can you hear me? So am I audible? Is everything going well? Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Great. So I started with 4 pillars of digital pedagogy and did a complete study of philosophy and computers to build a framework for moral philosophy. I proposed an innovative teaching method called learning statement, which is similar to the learning outcome in our education system, and created an intelligent tutoring system for moral education, which has 3 agents, as we'll see when we move forward. I've given a small architecture and algorithmic logic for building this. So the method that I followed was Prisma for literature review. I built a framework for moral philosophy based on my research on pedagogy. So this was a multidisciplinary research where I conducted research on pedagogy, which is education, and technology to make an EdTech ITS model in the end. I'll skip through the theories of pedagogy and just bring you to the major 4 pillars of digital pedagogy, which are learning outcome, learning content, learning support, and learning assessment based on these pedagogical theories proposed by various education psychologists around the world. I can get into the details of these components, but I'll just highlight that learning outcome is defining the problem statement, which I propose to keep as open and flexible. The learning content these days is diverse with visual, textual, gamified, AR/VR content. But I'm trying to keep that content specific to the intelligence type of the learner based on the psychologists' studies conducted. I call pedagogy or the method of teaching as learning support, which can be technological support or intelligent recommendations, chatbots, anything that comes in the whole process. And I'm also suggesting having flexible learning assessments where the learner can choose the kind of assessment they can perform in. Not everybody likes to write long papers. Some prefer projects. Some are good at MCQs. So that flexibility should be provided, which can only be possible in a digital environment. Now, the second aspect of the paper was defining the learning statement. Learning statement is based on a small framework that is created based on the study of various moral philosophical theories like teleological, deontological, and value-based. This model proposes that initially we look at the conditions, the present state. In management, we call it the Maslow's hierarchy, need-based hierarchy. And then we move on to understand their beliefs and identify their desires, which is the basic motivation in case of virtue ethics. The virtue itself is evaluated in terms of dilemma based on action and consequences based on utilitarian theories. Now, based on this model, I propose this diagram, which is converted into a architecture for an intelligent tutoring system. There are three major components in this. The top box that you see composes of the learning content, the meta ethics, and the learning statement. The learning statement, as we discussed previously, consists of all those 5 components, such as the condition of the learner, the ethical dilemma, the action, what the learner wants to gather from this moral dilemma under investigation. A learning statement I propose to be flexible based on learner's interest. I have defined one set of meta ethics which can be used as a base, and the learning content is the repository itself. Moving on to the next section, below the box, the moral repository, we see the intent, action, and consequences, which are actually a part of the learning statement. And there are components like DI, LOD, BG, which I'll discuss in a little while. On the right-hand side, we have the learner agent, scaffolding, and diagnosis. These are my agents or the software that runs the entire system. The learner agent understands the learner to give recommendations. Scaffolding is the handholding or the external support given to personalize the learning experience. Diagnosis is the initial understanding of the level, which is explained here in detail. DI is the learner activity that they perform on the system, the videos they watch, the duration, and other things. A level of development is actually the assessment, formative and summative, psychometric tests, observation by experts, also some inputs from DI. BG is actually the background of the learner, which also includes the biological setup, because when we're talking about moral education or the moral composition of a person, there has been studies which can identify psychopaths, and there are MRIs which shows borderline people. So this is an added stage that I've added, apart from the economic condition, the beliefs, the present conditions of the learner.
Please conclude in a couple of minutes.
Yes. So this is a brief steps for the algorithm, which describe how the entire thing is implemented. This is an example of how a chatbot would implement the learning algorithm. And I'm summarizing with the pillars, their digitized features, and with the recent UGC guidelines on the curriculum and credit framework for UG programs, we see that multidisciplinary research has been given due importance, along with the focus on technology, such as for online courses or dual degrees. So the environment for bringing such solutions to life in the future is good. And that is exactly what my future research would be in. These are some of the references. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions?
How do you decide this learner profile?
So it's a complex set of metadata. And this is very specific to the field of discipline. So if I'm teaching moral philosophy, it will be based on the beliefs of the learner, which are imperative for developing his philosophical approach. But if it's a computer science course, I look at his background in programming and basic knowledge. So the profile is specific to the discipline that the student is learning.
Okay, thank you very much. We have come to the end of this technical session. I thank all the participants for presenting their papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So you can take a break for half an hour. The next session will take. The dance team is getting ready. They're professional dancers. So 5:30.
ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ. ಒಂದೇ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ. ಹೊಸ ಬಲ ತಂದು ಹೊಸಿಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಒಳಗಿದೆ ಮನೆಯ ಮನಗಳ ಇಂದು ಆರಾಧಿಸರಾಜರತ್ನನ ಆಡಿಸಿಯೇ ನೋಡು ಬೀಳಿಸಿಯೇ ನೋಡು ಎಂದು ಸೋಲದು ಸೋತು ತಲೆಯ ಬಾಗದು. ಒಂದು ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ. ಗುಡಿಸಲೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಅರಮನೆಯಾಗಲಿ ಆಟವೇ ನಿಲ್ಲದು ಎಂದು ಆಟ ನಿಲ್ಲದು. ಹಿರಿಯರೇ ಇರಲಿ ಕಿರಿಯರೇ ಬರಲಿ ಭೇದವೇ ತೋರದು ಎಂದು ಭೇದ ತೋರದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದು ಏನೋ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಹಾಗೆ ಬದುಕಿರುವ ಆಕಾಶ ನೋಡದ ಕೈಗೆ ನೆನೆದು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಂಚಿರುವ ಜೊತೆಗಿರು ನೀನು ಅಪ್ಪನ ಹಾಗೆ ಹಣ್ಣೆಲೆ ಕಾಯೋ ವಿನಯದಿ ಹೀಗೆ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಪಡೆದ ನಾವು ಪುನೀತ ಬಾಳು ನಗು ನಗುತ್ತಾ. ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ. ಯಾರೇ ಬಂದು ನಿಲ್ಲೋನು ಯಾರೇ ಗೆದ್ದು ನಿಂತೋನು ಭೂಮಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಅಸಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತ ಶೋ ಅಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ ಶೋ ನಾನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತದೆ ಹೇಳೋನು ನಿನ್ನ ನುಡಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಕಿಡಿ ಅಸಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತ ಹೊಳೆಯನ್ನು ಮನೆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಕುದೇ ತಕ್ಕ ನಮ್ದೇ ದಾರಿ ಹೊಳೆಗೂ ಅದೇ ತರ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನರಿ ನನಗೆ ನೋಡು ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಬ್ರೇಕಿಂಗ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇದೆ ಗೈಡು ಕೊಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದೇ ನೀನು ಬೇಡ ನೆನಪಿಡು ನೀ ದೊಡ್ಡೋನಾದು ನೀ ದೊಡ್ಡೋನಾದು ನೀ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮರಿಬೇಡ Feel the power. Feel the power. Feel the power. Feel the power.
Do you aspire to work in the United States?
Salsa, not flamenco, my brother.
Do you know Natu?
What is Natu?
పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిట్ట దూకినట్టు పొలేరమ్మ జాతరలో పోతరాజు ఊగినట్టు కిర్రు చెప్పులేసుకొని కర్ర సాము చేసినట్టు మర్రి చెట్టు నీడలోన కుర్ర గుంపు కూడినట్టు ఎర్ర జొన్న రొట్టెలోన మిరప తొక్కు కలిగినట్టు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 వీర నాటు 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 వీర నాటు Enough of this nonsense! You two, out!
No, Jake, I've had enough of your bullying.
తిరిగిపోయేలా ఢండన కరమోగినట్టు సెగలు సిల్లు పడేలాగా కీసు బిడ్డ కూసినట్టు చేలు సిటికలేసేలా వ్యాపారం సాగినట్టు కాలు సింధు తొక్కేలా దుమారం రేగినట్టు ఒళ్ళు సొరట పట్టేలా వీరంగం చేసినట్టు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 వీర నాటు 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 భూమి కరిల్లేలా ఒట్టిలో నిరగతమంత రక్కలేసి ఎగిరేలా ఎసే రోజకాయకి నాటు 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 అది దుమ్ము దుమ్ము దులిపేలా లోపలున్న పానమంతా కుటుముకులాడేలా దుంకేలో సరాసరి నాటు నాటు నాటు
फिक्स करना दांतों का गैप
is as easy as घर बैठे ordering from a food app.
Tutsi Invisible Teeth Aligners fix दांतों का gap. Easy to put, easy to use, and easy on the pocket.
अब smile fix करना
है easy peasy. Tutsi. Download the Mako app and book your scan now.
காசு வாங்குறீங்கல்ல வேகமாடியா
மச்சாப்பா மச்சாப்பா இதா 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 ஏய் ரெடிடா வாடா பாத்தி கம்மிங் ஓகே
நிறுத்து 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 தூடா
உண்மையிலேயே வர சொன்னாங்களா?
சார் என்ன சார் இப்படி கேட்குறீங்க? சத்தியமாக வர சொல்லிட்டாங்க சார். அண்ணா அடி அடி.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, guys. Today we are starting our gala event, and basically first we are starting with Samskruti. Well, to talk about Samskruti, Samskruti is the temple of art, and it's a dance institution in Bengaluru imparting the education of Bharatanatyam. Its artistic director Karnataka Kala Sri Guru Sri Satyanarayana Raju is an acclaimed dancer who has been lauded for his soul-stirring performance and staunch training techniques. Samskruti, the temple of art, was started in the year 1996. Situated in the bustling area of JP Nagar, Samskruti has been a cultural center that has been nurturing and training several dancers. The students, under the able guidance of Guru Sri Satyanarayana Raju, have evolved into professional dancers. Satyanarayana Raju is one of the most sought after male dancers and choreographers in India. He was trained under Sangeet Natak Academy awardee Guru Srimati Narmada of Shakuntala Nrityalaya and Guru Srimati Subhadra Prabhu in the Pandanalluru style of Bharatanatyam. He's an A top graded artist of Doordarshan and has taken his art all over India and also received popular acclaim in UK, USA, Canada, Switzerland, France, Maldives, and Singapore. Well, that's a lot of countries. Guru Sri Satyanarayana Raju has been adorned with a number of awards and accolades thus far. Some of them are Karnataka Kalashri by Karnataka Sangeeta and Nritya Academy for year 2016 and 2017. Nartaka Award by Natyanjali Trust, Chennai Doordarshan Chandana Award for 2015. And yeah, so the Sanskriti ensemble performing today are Anushriya Raikar, Samyukta S. Iyengar, Vinita Ramesh, Sahitya MS, Rachana Torvi, VKS Madhumita. Today, Sanskriti ensemble will be starting their performance with a Pushpanjali in Raga Arbi and Aditala. Yes.
Vittalaangu kadimidaka vittalaangu nani vedelu శ్రీ ఆద్యంతరహిత యరలవశస గణపతికిదే ప్రణతులు ఆద్యంతరహిత యరలవశస గణపతికిదే ప్రణతులు విఘ్న భగ్న నిమగ్న వరసద్గుణ గణపతికి నామోకులు విఘ్న భగ్న నిమగ్న వరసద్గుణ గణపతికి నామోకులు గణపతికి ప్రణతులు గణపతికి మోకులు ప్రణతులు
The ensemble will now be performing a dance item, Gopa Gopeshwara Yogi, entwined with swaras, jatis, and padashas. We'll also see in the end the depiction of Lord Krishna's Vishwarupam shown to Arjuna in the battlefields of Mahabharata.
गोप गोपीश्वरो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः 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 गोप गोपीश्वरो योगी कोटि सूर्य गोप गोपीश्वरो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः 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 सा सकरि सा नि स ग ग म म मनि नि मा नि नि सा सा सकरि सा नि स ग ग म म मनि नि मा नि नि सा गोप गोपीश्वरो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः गोप गोपीश्वरो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः ताल ताल भेता च तमाल श्यामलाकृतिः तालतालभेता च तमाल श्यामलाकृतिः तालतालभेता च तमाल श्यामलाकृतिः गोपगोपी परो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः गोपगोपी परो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः निपाति निस दस गम सा निजानि मणि निस निस निपाति निस दस गम सा निजानि मणि निस निस गोप गोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः गोप गोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः इलापतिः परञ्ज्योतिर्यादवेन्द्रो यदुद्वहः इलापतिः परञ्ज्योतिर्यादवेन्द्रो यदुद्वहः इलापतिः परञ्ज्योतिर्यादवेन्द्रो यदुद्वहः गोपगोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः गोपगोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः निदमगम पमगरि पानि स निस गगमगम निदमगम पमगरि पानि स निस गगमगम गमगरि स निदम गमगरि स निस निदम गरि स निदम मगरि गमगरि स निदम गमगरि स निस निदम गरि स निदम मगरि गमगरि स निदम गमगरि स निस निदम गरि स निदम मगरि गोप गोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः गोप गोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः वनमाली पीतवासः पारिजातापहारकः वनमाली पीतवासः पारिजातापहारकः गोवर्धना च योद्धत्र गोपाल सर्वपालकः गोवर्धना च योद्धत्र गोपाल सर्वपालकः वनमाली पीतवासः पारिजातापहारकः गोवर्धना च योद्धत्र गोपाल सर्वपालकः गोपगोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः गोपगोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः सा निस गरि सरि सनि गम गम गरि सपनि सनि सा निस गरि सरि सनि गम गम गरि सपनि सनि सा निद निगम गम गरि स निदम नि सनि सा निद निगम गम गरि स निदम नि सनि सा नि स गम गम गरि स रि सनि सा निद मनि नि सनि सा नि स गम गम गरि स रि सनि सा निद मनि नि सनि सा ग सा नि सनि सा नि द मन गरि स नि द मनि नि स ग सा नि सनि सा नि द मन गरि स नि द मनि नि स ग सा नि सनि सा नि द मन गरि स नि द मनि नि स गरि गोप गोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः गोप गोपी करो योगी कोटि सूर्य समप्रभः काळीय पणिमाणिक्य ರಂಜಿತ ಶ್ರೀ ಪದಾಂಬುಜ ಕಾಳೀಯ ಫಣಿಮಾಣಿಕ್ಯ ರಂಜಿತ ಶ್ರೀ ಪದಾಂಬುಜ ಪಾರ್ಥಸಾರಥಿರವ್ಯಕ್ತೋ ಗೀತಾಮೃತ ಮಹೋದಧಿಃ ಪಾರ್ಥಸಾರಥಿರವ್ಯಕ್ತೋ ಗೀತಾಮೃತ ಮಹೋದಧಿಃ ಜಲಕ್ರೀಡಾ ಸಮಾಸಕ್ತ ಗೋಪಿ ವಸ್ತ್ರಾಪಹಾರಕಃ ಜಲಕ್ರೀಡಾ ಸಮಾಸಕ್ತ ಗೋಪಿ ವಸ್ತ್ರಾಪಹಾರಕಃ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಶ್ಲೋಕೋರ್ತೀರ್ಥ ಪಾದೋ ವೇದ ವೇದ್ಯೋದಯ ನಿಧಿ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಶ್ಲೋಕೋರ್ತೀರ್ಥ ಪಾದೋ ವೇದ ವೇದ್ಯೋದಯ ನಿಧಿ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಶ್ಲೋಕೋರ್ತೀರ್ಥ ಪಾದೋ ವೇದ ವೇದ್ಯೋದಯ ನಿಧಿ ಪಾರ್ಥ ಸಾರಥಿರವ್ಯಕ್ತೋ ಸಾರಥಿರವ್ಯಕ್ತೋ ಪಾರ್ಥ ಸಾರಥಿರವ್ಯಕ್ತೋ ಗೀತಾಮೃತ ಮಹೋದಧಿಃ ಪಾರ್ಥ ಸಾರಥಿರವ್ಯಕ್ತೋ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋದಧಿಃ ಗೀತಾ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋದಧಿಃ ಗೀತಾ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋದಧಿಃ ಯದಾ ಯದಾ ಹಿ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಯ ಗ್ಲಾನಿರ್ಭವತಿ ಭಾರತ ಅಭ್ಯುತ್ಥಾನಂ ಅಧರ್ಮಸ್ಯ ತದಾತ್ಮಾನಂ ಸೃಜಾಮ್ಯಹಂ ಪರಿತ್ರಾಣಾಯ ಸಾಧೂನಾಂ ವಿನಾಶಾಯ ಚ ದುಷ್ಕೃತಾಂ ಧರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪನಾರ್ಥಾಯ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ
All right. All right. The team will end their performance with a Tillana in Ragavalchi and Aditala.
धीम 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 तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम धीम 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 तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम धीम धीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम धीम धीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम धीम धीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम धीम धीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम धीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम धीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम धृतिल्लान धीम धृतिल्लान धीम तिल्लान धीम तधीम तन धीरन धीम तन तधिरन धीम तनं ततों तधीम
That was a very good performance. Give them a big round of applause, guys. Come on. All right. So we have our second performance.
Jump,
ಸಂಜೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನ ಸ್ಯಾನೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ ಯಾರ ಬೇರೆ ಲವ್ ಆಯ್ತದೆ ಕಾಲರ್ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೋಲಾಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ ನಂದಿ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ತಾಕೋತದೆ ಸರಳ वर्षम मरनी उसी दिना करेंगे चिंगी
अगलावा मजबूरी नू आन जान दी पसूरी नू जहर बने हाँ तेरी जावा मैं पूरी नू आना सी ओ नहीं आया दिल बाग बाग मेरा टकराया कागा बोल के दस जाओ बाबा क्यों दी चूरी नू रावा च बाबा च ओनू लुकावा कोई मैनू ना रोके मेरे ढोल च दुनिया 너의 싱글 잘 알고 있어 이건 나를 더 받게 할지 Sweet and sweet chocolate cheeks and chocolate wings But 너의 날개는 안마의 것 너의 그 sweet 앞은 이래의 것 돼 허전한 정이 더 이상 할 수도 없게 Baby 돼 이게 너 비밀
This ain't build you don't get to pick and choose different and bigger. If my eyes so bright, I'll prove this ain't build I'm full of flaws and attitudes. So if you need perfect, I'm not good for you. Yeah. Go build a boat. I need fix when I'm just nuts. The parts on me. I could curse and handle it. What kind of girl he forgot? This ain't good. You don't get to pick and choose. If my eyes so bright, I'll prove this ain't good. I'm full of flaws and attitudes. So if you need perfect, I'm not good for you.
All right, that was a very good blend with Western dance and classical music. Can you just give them a big round of applause again? Come on. Woo! All right. So now we have a solo performance from Kashish. Come on, cheer her up.
लड़कों की उंगली पे नाचे है जमाना
Dude, that was amazing. Can you just give a big round of applause again? Woo! Come on. All right, all right. So now I request Gayatri ma'am and Kanmani ma'am to felicitate the team Samskruti.
I request Team Samskruti to come on to the dais.
Okay. So we have our last performance from Team Adamya again, but different one. Come on, cheer up a little bit.
checks up at the top. The bed, hey, say, Grammys on him. Hey, 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 and this one is for the champion. And you lost since I began. Funny how you said you want me, oh, on the road, nowadays. Get yourself up, man. Oh, anyway, whatever the time you say, get yourself up, on the
How low can you go? 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 How 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 can you go?
What about a month and 20 days? And we're going round and round Queen City games. Now you say you're slowing it down, down. You went to me, walk away. Yeah, can you make me double? Yeah. Baby, I'm with you, baby. Yeah, जन्नत सजाई मैंने तेरे लिए छोड़ दी खुदाई मैंने तेरे लिए जन्नत सजाई मैंने तेरे लिए छोड़ दी खुदाई Come on, I wanna take you up and down, round and round, round and round. Yeah, do the moonlight better, soft and hand in hand. बन जा मेरी तू ही मेरी बीएफ में तेरा तू मेरी जीएफ Lights down for the one I got right now. I gotta look better. Forget our friends, girl. I love it when we chill together. We ain't nobody gonna feel what we feel together. She wanna kiss side, I want another one. I want one. Now nobody knew where I was coming from. We got the same mind, so I don't wanna waste time. Bring it to me. That's what I need. That's right. It's me. One time. But now I can't stand it, reaching on my palm for you to put your hand in. Girl, you are the one, cause I don't understand it. How you lighting up the room and girl, go, cause girl, you just hold
All right, guys. One last big round of applause. Come on. All right, all right. So we are basically done for the day. And thank you all. Thank you for staying so long. I really appreciate you guys. And now I'd like to call Kumala ma'am for closing remarks.
Please wait for your turn.
So how was the conference talks? Why is this lady coming to talk? So how was the conference talk? Boring. Nothing. Gottilva? Don't know. Okay. How was the culture? Okay. So tomorrow the conference starts at 9 in Gallery Hall 2. So now you can go have your snacks. After you finish your snacks, I request you to leave immediately. So first the faculties and their families, please go. Students can join later. I want all the volunteers to have the snacks. Don't miss. Make way for the dancers and then you can have.
ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲು ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಬದುಕಿದ್ದು ಜಟ ಬಂಡಿ ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಬದುಕಿದ್ದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ವಿಧಿ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲು ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಕಾಶಿಲಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ ಸುತ್ತಿ ನೋಡು ಜೋಗದ ಗುಂಡಿ ಬಳೆಯ ನಾನೆಂದು ಕೂಗಿ ಹಾಡು ಅಜಂತ ಎಲ್ಲೋರನ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೊಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡು ಬಾದಾಮಿ ಐಹೊಳೆಯ ಚಂದನ ತೂಕ ಮಾಡು ಕಲಿಯೋಕೆ ಕೋಟೆ ಭಾಷೆ ಆಡೋಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಭಾಷೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಬದುಕಿದ್ದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ವಿಧಿ ಗುರಿ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ
ಶಿಲ್ಪಕ್ಕೆ ತಲ್ಪವಿದು ನಾಟ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾಡಿದು ನಾದಾಂತರಂಗವಿದು ಕುವೆಂಪು ಬೆಂದೆಯಿಂದ ಕಾರಂತ ಮಾಸ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯವೀ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಾಗಿನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ವಿಧಿ ದಡ ಸೇರಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ ನಮ್ಮೂರೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮೇಲು ಕೈಲಾಸ ಕಂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ದಾಸರ ಕಂಡ ನಮಗೆ ವೈಕುಂಠ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಮುಂದಿನ ನನ್ನ ಜನ್ಮ ಬರೆದಿಟ್ಟನಂತೆ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಎಂದಿಗೂ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿಯೇ.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne, so now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
என் கூட வர கேட்ட நிலவ என் கையோட நீ குட்டி வரடி என் மதர் ப்ராமிஸ் போட்ட நான் உன்ன தர மாட்டேன் நீ உள்ள வந்தா கண்ணுக்குள்ள வச்சுக்கிறேன்டி உன்னை பத்தி பேசும்போதே தித்திக்குதடி உன் பேர் எழுதும் பேப்பர் எல்லாம் பத்திக்குதடி என் மாமா மச்சான் எல்லாம் இனி பிரிட்டிஷ்காரன் தானா நீ லவ் சொல்ல சப்டைட்டில் நான் போட்டுக்கிறேன்டி பிம்பிலிக்கி பிம்பிலிக்கி பில்லாப்பி இத நம்பலாமா வானாமா டி ஜிலேபி பிம்பிலிக்கி பிம்பிலிக்கி பில்லாப்பி நீ ஓகே சொன்னா உதலாமா பிபிபி பிம்பிலிக்கி பில்லாப்பி பிம்பிலிக்கி பில்லாப்பி ஏ உன்னை தாண்டி பார்த்தேன் என் கூட வர கேட்டேன் நிலவ என் கையோட நீ குட்டி வரடி என் மதர் ப்ராமிஸ் போட்ட நான் உன்ன தர மாட்டேன் நீ உள்ள வந்தா கண்ணுக்குள்ள வச்சுக்கிறேன்டி